And Nerdle community alike. This is Thomas, and with me I have Josh. Hello, Josh.
Hey everyone. Yeah, it looks like we're on course for a stack fight today at some point. Got a lot of venting going on, which is nice to see. Pretty close last night, but obviously something had to go wrong.
Yeah, something that didn't go quite right because they stopped last second there. Right at the point we expected to see venting last night, or the static fire, we saw double venting, which meant they were scrubbing, and we had the 10-minute siren. So those things together just don't add up so well for a proven test. So it means that they failed the static fire. So hopefully we have the siren here today. I'm expecting the siren about 12:24-ish, somewhere around there. Just based off of the when the condenser started going. So it's usually between like 40 minutes mark, but maybe it's going to be a little bit longer than that. So it just really depends on how the setup and testing regime has been put today. So we do have questions and other things that people have been asking. So for the moment, I'll go ahead and actually acknowledge some of the people who've become new members and the people who've donated this morning. So if you have a question, you can type @questions and we'll try to answer it for you. The first one we have is the super chat from Davo Cannon. He said, for the donut delivery at the roadblock. So thank you for the £5 there, Davo. Then we have 20 euros from What About It. And he says, Lewis, get yourself a coffee. Thanks for all of you for the Nerdle Crowfly. Thank you so much, Felix. Then we have Don Spruitt. Always a great stream. Thank you, Don, for the 20 euros. Then we have some new sponsors. Kay Killian, Michael Rinnie, Mladen Minarov, Richard Phillips, Smarty, Daniel Bergen, Brandon S., Isaac Rosium, David Bowles, Tom Berry, Andrew Berg, Constantine Bernin, Mike Watson, and Daniel Williams. Let's see. Then we have Jack Straw. And then we have some questions that have already been coming in. So let's go ahead and answer these. The first one, I think, is from Jandon Bilderback. Sorry. Are they going to static fire today? What's your guess on this one?
Yeah, I think they will. I mean, they attempted last night. They got pretty far in. We had siren, we had engine chills, so they were dedicated. They were going to do it, but obviously something went wrong, and they had to abort. And they're getting started pretty early this morning, which makes me think, yeah, they're definitely going for a static fire today.
All right. And the my guess is that we're going to look at a really soon, like a static fire at, like 12:34 ish is my guess if they're going to do a static fire based off the condenser. But then, if we don't hear a siren before then, it means they're not even attempting it the first round. They're just doing basically a fuel farm test or something along those lines. So I'm hoping to see the static fire too, but it might not happen. They haven't had a good track record this week. I think what was it, the number? Like you said a number earlier, Josh. What was that?
I think not too sure on this, but I think it may be the seventh attempt. Yeah, I think it is. So
Ooh, wow.
yeah, it's taken a little while to get here, but yeah, should be looking for a flight after this real soon. So
Oh, I missed a super chat earlier from Psychotic Wolfie. sn9 will static fire successfully on the 13th. I can feel it in my bones. Oh, I hope so. Thank you for the $10, Psychonaut Wolfie. Or Psychotic Wolfie, sorry. We have a user also named Psychonaut. Sorry. um, let us see here. The next question from Casual Orange X. They ask, once Starship is flight proven and tests are met, do you think we will see a slowdown in testing while sea platforms are being built and launch tower is being built?
me, I don't actually think they will slow down. I mean, they could be buying or building their own offshore launch pads now as we speak. I think SpaceX know how to think ahead, and yeah, I think they are definitely going to plan for these things before they actually are capable of doing them, so they don't have to slow down in testing. What do you think on that?
I think that they do want to do the sea launch platforms and like do launches from Boca Chica and then maybe even Florida. The Florida one's the trickiest of the three, but basically it's the same as the sea launch platform, at least for getting the vehicle to its location. You probably have to do it by sea. You would use the canal that is just north west of Boca Chica, and you basically would have to use Highway 4, the new access road that they're doing right now, and you'd somehow have to get the vehicle into a horizontal position. It doesn't really do so well with long transports in a vertical position like the position that is right now. So it would probably slow them down in some senses, like getting it out to the ocean and getting it launched. Those things will slow down a little bit, but because it is a factory producing Starship after Starship and then Super Heavy after Super Heavy, you will have quite a bit of cadence once you get the first few going. So I think that actually things will speed up. Oh, we've got some more venting on the vehicle directly itself now. So that looks like let's see, that's on the right hand side, I believe, of the methane vent. So that's a kind of a long vent there.
This looked like it was even pulsing at the start, which is interesting.
Rumble account and start showing your videos on there. I'm not sure what the Rumble is, but maybe. Muthbab uh, asks, I think NerdleCam is frozen. Everywhere else pad clear, and this is not. So if you're having issues and you're listening to us on LabCam, NerdleCam is working properly. So there shouldn't be any issues there. You probably need to refresh your browser. Sometimes hitting Control or Control Shift F5. I'm sorry, Control F5 or Control Shift F5 will fix it depending on your browser. So Chrome, I think, is the Shift version, but that'll refresh it manually. Then John asks, does Lab's neighbors also have a trebuchet next to his stuck camper? Well, that's remains to be seen, but there is a trebuchet on site. Okay, the next question. Let's see. Um, Oh, okay. So this is a common question, but we get so Stephen Mostert asks, what do they do when the grass vents? What does that mean?
I still cannot get this like memorized, but the name is the LOX overpressure vent, if I'm not mistaken.
It is, but it is also nitrogen. That's something we found out recently that it's not just
Yeah,
LOX, but it's also LOX and nitrogen. But LOX sounds more fun.
yeah. So they use it to relieve pressure from the main tanks in the tank farm, so they don't build up too much pressure. Because obviously the fuels do evaporate over time, so they do need to let that pressure off somehow. So that's what they use it for. Especially when they're fueling the vehicle, that's why we use it as a indicator to see, when they're transferring fuels over or just preparing the tank farm for fueling.
Oh, got another new member here, Ethan. Thank you so much, and welcome to the Green Team. So, those of you who haven't, go ahead and hit the thumbs up on each of the cameras or subscribe. That helps us out. And if you're like Ethan, go ahead and join the Green Team as well if you can afford to. Every little bit helps in making the setup and keeping it up, running at all times. So there was a question earlier, and I think it's related to the lab cam. So there's an issue with some of the cameras that were they had to have the stream reset. So lab cam is still working. It's just on a new stream. It has to be reset every once in a while. So just for you, those of you like trying to find LabCam or something, that it's just going to be another link since it has to be reset. Uh, okay. The next question here from Jason Voiles, or Voiles, sorry. For anyone watching last night, was there any repairs performed between last night and today that we could tell?
Not that I can think of, but just to interrupt quickly, I think we do have tri-venting going on.
Yeah,
Uh,
engine chill is going into effect.
yeah, so we're gonna look at a stack fire real soon here.
Yeah, I'm
But yeah,
expecting siren in 6 minutes or less here. So that's going really fast today. This is one of the fastest testing regimes we've seen in a long time. So those of you who want to, go ahead and send out the link to any of your friends who you think might be interested in watching this right now. I do know there's some outages in the Northeast corridor right now. One of our mods said that he had to drive 30 minutes just to get cell signal because they basically there was an outage basically in it sounds like a was it Oregon or Washington? I think it was Washington. So yeah, it's going to be kind of an interesting day for those folks out there, not really connected, not knowing what's going on with Starship. All right, Kilo. Let's see here. Did we actually answer the last one here? Oh, from
we're about
Jason
halfway through.
Boyles. Yeah, so we did see some work on the vehicle last night. Uh, they did have people wandering around that fuel farm area as well. Not exactly sure what it was that was the problem, but they've been working on the vehicle and everything else, and it's pretty much ready to go. Okay, so for Kilo asks, can Starship use a shallower descent profile to reduce max heat generation on reentry? So what do you think, Josh? The Kerbal in you, what does that tell you?
I'm not really sure the realistic flight profiles, but I think I'm really not too sure actually. Um, I've talked about this before, but yeah, I do play Kerbal Space Program quite a lot, which is why he handed the question over. But yeah, you can. Yeah, the heat generation on that is a lot different to real life.
Yeah, that's true. But I would you take a guess at it? Because I'm thinking about it and I'm kind of coming up short as well. That a shallower profile. I mean, just thinking about it, it doesn't really work right. You'd either bounce off the atmosphere and you have some skipping action happening, and that's not good. you're not going to land where you expect to.
Yeah, I mean, there is a risk that you could bounce off the atmosphere, but there's also a risk that you could go too heavy into the atmosphere as well, and you've just got to balance it really. So, I mean, I think I'm not sure if Elon's talked about this before, but they've mentioned going in for um, multiple passes through the atmosphere to slow you down gradually, just for a relieve stress on the vehicle itself. Because yeah, I'm not really sure.
I mean, yeah, you if you do it too long, it doesn't work right. And wow, that was quite a bit of a chill coming off the right hand side. um, but yeah, if you if you skip the atmosphere, you'll bounce around. If you or if you hit it too shallow, um, basically from what the way Starship works, you have to do basically a full body slam into it when you're doing the reentry. Otherwise, you are not slowing down fast enough. So that is part of the system that they're looking into is making it take as much of the heat over the largest part of the body, which is going to be pretty much from uh, the tip to down to the tail, and on the flaps themselves, they'll probably have a bit of heat shield tiles on those, with just taking the brunt force of the entire vehicle, slowing it down as fast as possible and keeping that angle just right. Let's see here. Next question. Uh, Mr. Sriju asks, which serial number will be the last prototype? I don't think Elon has actually said specifically which one will be the last one, but I think this is one would have to leave for guesses at this point, or estimated guesses. What's your guess, Josh?
I mean, well, we don't even really know when they'll stop calling them prototypes. They could stop until they get to orbit. They could stop until they land on Mars. We don't really know until they kind of stop. I guess. I mean, Mark One, that was the production prototype. So yeah, I'm not really sure.
I've seen that they're just so iterative in their design process that if it wasn't for the crewed version of the Crew Dragon and going to the ISS, they would not lock down Falcon 9. They would just keep making small improvements and adjustments um, until basically they were satisfied. It's kind of an interesting process that they went with that rocket. They will do, I think, something similar with Starship until they have to be locked down as far as like a number of improvements and changes. So when the vehicle's working and it's safe, then yeah, they'll lock it down and start doing human rating. But the point at which you do that would be probably basically for Artemis, maybe 2024 or 2023 or something like that is when they'd start that kind of operation. And by then, I hope to see maybe hundreds of flights. So each Starship could carry, let's say, 400 Starlink satellites, and that would allow them to test the entire process very quickly, so that they can verify that yes, this whole system works. So let's see. There is actually there looks like there's some audio issues on Labcam. So if you can't hear us on Labcam, I do apologize, but it looks like that part is not working.
Yeah, I think we've got a question from Z-Man Overstreet. He says, "What changes do you think we will have with SN15?" And there's a lot of debate going on about this actually. Thomas, you were going on about in your show and tell the other day about what you think was going on with SM15. Have you got any input on that?
So yeah, the SN15, we have basically uh, quite a few different options going on. We have a new thrust puck, where they have the methane coming out of the very center instead of around the perimeter, and instead of where the methane used to come out at the perimeter, they now have thrust vector controlling directly on that thrust puck instead of being on the dome itself, and it's the best place to maneuver everything. Then on top of that, we have looks like a new nose cone section and a that's coming along, and that might be for SN15. They have looks like a new downcomer that they have to work with because the methane system is different on that thrust puck. They might have new flaps. It seems like each iteration might have a different flap style somehow on the internals, because when sn9 leaned over, that's where it gets its name, Eileen. um, it had to replace the flaps with sn10. So sn10 lost its flaps, and it got some new ones. So is that a bird again or another drone? mm, Looks like a bird. Anyways, well, no, it's kind of hovering around a little bit. That's hard to say. But yeah, anyways, the engine chill is still in full effect. All three. I'm expecting to see a siren or hear one soon. I'm watching the police officers at the roadblock. They usually have a car sent off to go down the Boca Chica Boulevard and do their siren. That's usually what they do. So they leave their post while the SpaceX guys sit there and prevent anybody from crossing the checkpoint. Um, so yeah, still waiting on that, but let's see. Is there anything else that is different on SN15?
There's
And
a
I,
little bit of vapor coming out from the under the skirt there, which is to be expected. But yeah, I don't think there's anything different.
yeah, this looks like a normal stuff, a normal ramp up to a static fire. I just was expecting to hear that siren a few minutes ago. So we'll probably stop just in case they do have a static fire here in the next 3 minutes, just in case. We'll stop for a duration of about 6 minutes, just in case they do have a static fire and we just don't hear the siren. Uh, because yeah, this timing is very quick and everything's just ready, but it could be that they're just doing a test of the system, and then they're gonna have to recycle, and it'll be another maybe hour or 2 hours because this is just going so quick. All right, what's the next question we have here?
Looks like we've got one from Sean Wright, I think. He says, "I see the new test tank being built with a 3 millimeter thick. Could be wrong.
Oh,
Um,
there it goes. Wow. That was unexpected. Was expecting it possibly another 3 minutes from now. That's why I was going to head off, but that was unexpected.
Big,
So yeah, we did have a static fire just now. Wow.
yeah. I don't want to say it, but it did seem quite short again. It was
Yep.
about the same duration as last time. They have plenty of time to recycle and do again if they really had to, but yeah, I'd say that is slightly short.
It was about a 1 to 2 second static fire there, just like last time.
But they aren't detanking, so that could be a sign that went well, I guess.
Well,
Uh,
usually they do a double vent after a static fire, but this time they're holding for a while.
yeah, I think they have before. They hold the tanks for a while and then they depress.
Yeah, I was looking at police cars to see if they would leave or anything else, and was listening for a siren, and I did not hear one or see the police car leave. So I do apologize for us talking over that part. But you're able to go back and watch on Launchpad Cam and listen to the audio directly. Do we have a time on that so far? The static fire should be about 2 minutes ago from now. That was so fast though. Ooh.
It looks like we do have a one depressed vent, and also it looks like a drone flying above as well.
Yeah, it's coming and going as far as some of the venting, but that was nice to see, and I don't see any chill on the tip of the nose cone, which is what I was expecting to see, especially for a basically a header tank test for a system like that. So they need to do a header tank test with pressure and a static fire on that. I didn't see any chill or frost line, but they might start venting, and then we'll see it. So but it looks like it was a successful static fire. Nothing came off. I didn't even see any martite. There probably is a little bit there, but at night it's a lot easier to spot. So the time we have is 12, 29, and 30 seconds. So you should be able to see that on Launchpad Cam and be able to listen to it. So that was quite interesting. You could hear that like that horn sound. It makes it like a, a screeching or a kind of a horn sound that it's hard to describe, but it is pretty much with every static fire we have.
Yeah, it's a bad analogy, but it's like dragging your chair across the floor in a
Yeah.
room. You just hear,
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what it sounds like. Here, take a seat. So yeah, let's get back to Sean Wright's question. What was he asking again?
I think he was saying that he sees the new test tank as being built out of 3 millimeter thick stainless steel. What is the current thickness of SN9?
So serial number 9, as far as I can tell, is basically just the 4 millimeter stainless steel. In parts, they might vary. So they might have 3.96 or 3.95 or 3.97, something like that. But they're all consistently around 4 millimeters. Um, the 3 millimeter one we've seen is basically something like 2.9 or exactly 3. I've seen some numbers on the fours that exactly are 4.00. So the new test tank is looks like serial number 7.2. I was hoping it would be serial number 13, get rid of the unlucky number, but oh well. We'll take what we can get, and we'll have a nice little tank that we could see pop, because it is essentially testing something to its limits. You would like to see something like 3 millimeter stainless steel to replace the 4 millimeter stainless steel on the barrel section of the nose cone. It's just extra weight. You don't need it, and it doesn't provide really any extra protection. Really, you could do some other stuff for basically lightening up the entire vehicle if you wanted to, and still protect it. Okay, then what's the next question we have here? Looks like we've got a question from Mr. Sriju, which asks, oh, I'm sorry, we asked this one earlier. What is the last prototype? I didn't give a number on that and a guess. I'm going to guess serial number 30 would be the last, like, prototype at all. Like, they lock it down to be as far as, like, crew rating, but they'll keep making modifications. So they're all sort of a prototype in their own way. Any guess on a number, Josh?
Yeah, like you said, there's probably there's a lot of things that you need to consider, but I would say the late anything just kind of
basically it'll match what SN8 did. So it'll basically slowly go up and slowly come down. Uh, it will never exceed the sound barrier. That is specifically why they have chosen that particular flight profile. Um, and so it looks like you would never see this particular sn9 in orbit. This is just a very basic test article. Has no ability to come back. You could launch it in orbit, but you would need to have a super heavy booster to do that. All right. Jason Voiles asks another question here. Has anyone reviewed or watched the footage from last night to see if they repaired anything? I think we answered that one as well.
Yeah, I think we did.
Um, okay, Chains Productions. Would you ever go to Mars if it becomes available to everyone? So, would you go to Mars, Josh?
Without a doubt, yes. The trip is long, but yeah, I'm definitely willing to take that. Yeah.
I hope you bring your Netflix, but it'll be totally worth it. I would do that as well. Like, okay, got my entire movie collection, and you can lounge around in space for 3 months, and you get to Mars. It's going to be hard if you haven't had artificial gravity from point A to point B for that duration. You're going to have a hard time for the first few days and few weeks, especially that first little bit. It's going to basically be in your chair and be like, well, can I get out of my chair yet? Nope, I can't stand up. So lots of additional exercise for the next few days. But
Yeah,
I would definitely do it.
I would rather go to the moon rather than Mars. I think because of the shorter trip. There's less zero G, like you said, less zero G, well, degradation, I guess. So yeah, I'd definitely go to the moon rather than Mars. It's not too far from home as well. So yeah.
Yeah, the moon's a good one because you could live on there for a good portion of the time and then come back to Earth. And it's like, which way do you want to go? Yeah, living on the moon or living on Earth or both? You could do both easily enough. So here's a fun question for you, Josh. Ventasis, I'm sorry, Venitas UK asks, how does Josh feel about the possibility of getting to bed at a reasonable time after this static fire? Usually it is the early hours for him in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, I used to stay up at well, some weird times to watch these static fires and flights and whatnot. But yeah, they it happened today at a reasonable time, so I'm happy. I think last night I went to bed before the static fire actually was attempted, so I'm glad I didn't stay up for all of that for the abort to happen. So
Wow. You know, as fast as they did this today, I'm wondering, could they do another one or another two or three or whatever? They've done it before. The other day they did a static fire and then had a second one, but I'm wondering if they'll do it again. What do you think, Josh?
I think if they are going to attempt it again, they may go for an inspection. So they'll open up the road again. They'll go back to the pad and investigate for a bit. And if everything's all okay and it was just a slight issue or something that was just really easily fixed, I think that they could just close the road up again and try again. I mean, they've got plenty of time. They've got the notices out. So yeah.
All right. So we would probably expect to see them coming down the road and doing that pretty soon. But now I'm just oh, they didn't do that the other night though. So I'm not sure if they would come down the road or not for a second one. Oh, that's it. That's a tough one. If we even we'll have a second static fire, but they did need to have one more static fire, from what we can understand, uh, for today. That or not for today, but like they did the static fire for today. So that's done. That's over with. So we might get a second, but I don't know. We'll have to keep watching and see what happens here. But we didn't even get the siren this time. That was odd. Okay, the let's see here. Question from Z-Man Overstreet. Why did they stop construction at the OLM? Yeah, that's a interesting question. It's only up to SpaceX on that one, but I've heard rumors on like Reddit and other areas that the company that was working on it was let go. I'm not sure if they were behind their timeline schedule or what exactly, um, but they did have basically the entire 6 pillars filled up halfway on concrete. They didn't fill it up all the way. It's only halfway right now, and it needs to be cleaned out before they finish working on it anymore because the tops of the tarps have come off. So pretty much a quick cleanup job where you just get a vacuum and pull all the water out, uh, and then just dump it over and try again and throw in some concrete that day. That's basically what they need to do in order to continue working on that part. But the actual OLP, the orbital launch pad, which is the area surrounding it, they've been doing a lot of work on that. So the construction is ongoing. It's just they're doing all the pipes and everything else electrical right now specifically before they get to basically having a full fuel farm for Super Heavy and Starship over there. And it looks like their FAA documents has 2 of them. So that's going to be kind of interesting. So yeah, it looks like other people are thinking we're going to get a second static fire as well here today.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely possible. We did apparently hear. I haven't played back the audio yet, but apparently there was a weird sound on shutdown, even weirder than a normal honk. So I'll have to have a look at that in a second and get back to you on that.
So there is a bit of frost or condensate just on the LOX tank here. It's not specifically filling up with fuel or anything like that. So they did vent earlier, and when they vent, it chills down the LOX tank. So it's like taking a simple example with a balloon. You fill it up, just like a normal balloon. You blow air into it, and you can kind of feel that the balloon warms up a little bit, and you release the air out of the balloon, and it chills down. The same thing happens with a pressure vessel such as Starship. It chills down when you release the energy out of it. So it basically needs room to expand and energy to expand. So when they fill it up, you'll see the Starship heat up, and when they release the gases, they basically cool down, and you can start see frosting occur, especially with the cool, basically liquid oxygen that's at the bottom of it. It basically is expanding very rapidly and taking out a lot of energy out of the system when you do that. So that's why you see the frost as it is.
And just to interrupt again, I've just played back the audio, and yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, there's something wrong there for sure. The honk, there was a normal honk, and then there was a long squeal after. I don't know if you want to play that back, but yeah, there's gonna definitely need some sort of redo for that.
I don't think it's really a problem. It's just like they need to tighten up the engine belt a little bit. But so let's see here. Yeah, I think it would work out to do a second static fire. I do actually have another commentator I'm going to bring in here. So now I've brought in our other commentator, Jeff. So Jeff is with us now as well. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, hello, hello.
Welcome. So did you get to catch that static fire just a little bit ago?
I did, and it's not normal. You were saying we always see the D tank after static fires, and there was basically very very little venting after it. So they're still under pressure. It's not normal. I'm cautiously optimistic that they'll do a second fire.
Yeah,
so.
I'm also looking and seeing there's a drone just sitting there, parked to the right of Starship.
It's got a good view.
Yep, it does. But it's a smaller looking drone. It's not the larger one we've seen.
talking about that drone, actually, this morning I was watching the stream and I just caught a drone coming down on, I think it was Nerdlecam, and it came down quite fast. So I'm not sure what happened to that, but I've got a video of it coming down really quite fast. I'm not sure if it slowed down in time or not. So, yeah, not sure what happened to
ran
that.
out of batteries.
Yeah,
The drone last night, it was doing a little more acrobatics than it normally does. It went around our side. It was really low at one point. They were hauling butt around the whole thing, getting their good B-roll shots. So, but that's interesting. They still haven't detanked. It's still just sitting there. So
I've got a quick question from Gibson Carmichael. He asks, "Do we have to use super chats to get our questions answered?" And the answer is no. So you just type @questions, and we'll try to get to your question as quickly as we can. But there are quite a few in here.
yeah, when we get 11,500 people in there, there's a lot of people with a lot of questions, and every time we mention that you could type @questions and put in your stuff, it we get 20, 30, 40 questions at a time. So we do try to get to as many of them as we can, though.
So the same person asked a question a little bit more recently, and that's a good question to jump onto. Is will the static fire, the second one, if we have one, will it be longer? And he hopefully thinks it is. So thank you, Gibson. What do you guys think? Would a second one be longer or the same? And would you guys think it would be doing a LOX and methane header tank static fire?
Assuming the first one was a regular static fire, then I would hope that the second one would be a LOX and methane header tank fire. But as you said, the tip's not frosty. Definitely condensation on the methane tanks, but I don't know. The longer we wait, the more I'm wondering if they're not going to do it, because I would have thought it would have been within just a few minutes. Kind of like the sn9 hop. Do the fire, shut them off, do this into their coast phase, and then do another static fire using the header tanks. But I think we're already past that, couple of minutes that it would have taken on sn9.
Yeah, they never did that particular
Right.
double static fire, and this would be the first. Like they've done the other day where they tried to do it, and then today looks like they're trying to possibly do it. Still up in the air on that one, but a lot of other people are thinking that it could be another static fire. So that's what we have on the checklist here. Maybe it's a self-fulfilling loop there. I don't know. Hopefully not.
It was really weird, which we saw the day before the sn9 hopped, where they did the engine chill, and then engine chill stopped and then restarted. And that happened here too, where it completely, engine chill was going, it completely stopped for like 5 seconds and then started again, and then it was just a couple seconds later that the static fire happened. So that was interesting too, because I think the only other time we saw that was when the first time when they scrubbed sn9's hop, or when they delayed it or whatever, that happened where engine chill stopped and then restarted. So that was interesting, because I haven't seen that before, and them actually do a static fire, or in sn9's case, a hop. So I don't know. I'm just cautiously optimistic that they'll still do another static fire without detanking. Kind of how as it sits right now.
So Josh, static fire, no static fire, or header tank? What do you think on that?
I think I think they're going to have to go back to the pad at some point to inspect the vehicle, make sure it's okay. But I think they'll do a main tank static fire after this. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that they'll do it, and if not today, tomorrow should be okay.
Yeah, so far they've been really pushing for a hop as soon as possible, and it's like one static fire and then hop. But then we had a static fire the other day, and now we're having another static fire. So maybe they're just twiddling their thumbs, looking for something to do and something to test before they do the hop, because everything's been delayed. They've had weather issues. We saw a weather balloon go up this morning, approximately an hour before we started seeing the condenser going, I think. And that was a sign that yeah, they're doing some testing, but they'll do testing on wet dress rehearsals as well, where they throw a weather balloon out and test the atmosphere and see what it looks like and different altitudes and what the winds are like. So it is kind of an interesting view of trying to figure out like how they're going to test, what they're exactly testing. They don't give us the information of what is being tested right this moment or today or those kinds of things. We can only get the county information where it says, yeah, there's a static fire or a hop scheduled for a particular day or time. Even those usually don't stick. Usually something is either canceled, delayed, or they attempt it and then nothing happens and we're just left scratching our heads. What's going on? What's going to happen next? So it's kind of all over the place. Rad Baron, I mean, asks how much money is going up in smoke every time we see one of these big plumes from the farm. Lox isn't cheap.
Compared to spaceflight, LOX is very cheap. The fuel, relative to everything, relative to even other fuels, LOX and methane are literally pennies, compared to the cost of everything else involved with rocket flight. So, we think, okay, they're buying hundreds of thousands of pounds of liquid oxygen, on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. But compared to the cost of Starship, compared to the cost of Super Heavy, compared to the cost of development for all of these, they will burn through fuel, as they will never not do something because of the cost of the fuel, because of the cost of liquid oxygen and liquid methane. They are making efforts to recondense, a lot of the waste. They used to have the flame stack that was burning off all of the excess liquid methane. Now they recapture it and recondense it. So, they are making efforts to not completely waste it. But, they are, the cost is not an issue for them compared to everything else.
So the cost of like a LOX tanker is about $5,000 is what we found. Nitrogen is going to be very similar because it's basically those are both pulled out of the air. Nitrogen, I suspect, would actually be cheaper because there is more of it, but it's also used in fertilizer and other things. So, it's kind of going to be one of those guesses on my end that it's going to be maybe just a little bit cheaper than $5,000, so maybe like $4,500 or something closer to that. The actual venting you're seeing is actually nitrogen for the most part on the left of the nerdle cam. So you see all the fuel farm venting. It's mostly nitrogen that you're seeing, and it's condensating, so it means basically forming cloud. And yeah, it's pretty cheap stuff in comparison to spaceflight, as Jeff has said. Muthbab asks, how do I address questions specifically to a moderator? So if you have issues with chat or users in chat, you can use Discord or address it directly in chat. Ask at a particular mod. They're going to be in blue. Let's see. So Pete Nikolic asks, so is the trebuchet for the Wii factor? So yeah, there is a trebuchet right near where we're at. I'm not sure if it's been revealed what's going to happen with that, but it is there and visible. So it is just right where we're watching from on Nerdle Cam, just to the far right. Delman Overbreak asks, let's see here, maybe they are this quick that in case they fail again, that they have time to do another one in the same time frame. So that sounds reasonable. What do you guys think on the time frame if they failed or need to scrub that they can try again?
Yeah, I mean they if they have time to go back and inspect the vehicle, make sure everything's fine, then yeah, I think they have a good shot at another one today, maybe even two if they're really lucky. So yeah, I mean, they've shown today that they can really get things moving pretty quickly. So yeah, what do you think, Jeff?
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, one or two. This is one of the earliest static fires we've had, at least in a very long time. So, so they haven't opened the road, they haven't detanked.
But they didn't do it before noon. That's the thing that really gets me. Like, they could have done it before noon. They have never done a static fire before noon, unless it was early morning, like at 6 something a.m.
Which was from the night, which is from the night before. Sort of call it
Yeah,
that day's testing. So
exactly.
right.
And I had a misnomer here. It is northwest, not the northeast in Oregon that is out the internet outage. I do apologize about that. Let's see here. Alexander Hayter asks, at which point is SN9 starting to get fueled up? As soon as farm venting?
I would say it's as soon as SN9 venting. When SN9 vents, that shows us that there is liquid, oxygen or methane in it or being pumped in it. So even that, it's going to take it a few minutes for basically the outside shell to get cold enough to start venting off and getting condensate on it. So it's sometime just before we see SN9 start venting is when fuel is being pumped into it from the farm.
I've seen that the condenser seems to be part of that filling process. As like my best guess is that it takes about 40 minutes for them to fill up as much as they are, and then it's an automated system. So we're kind of close on the guess of what time we would see static fire. A little too close, in fact. So yeah, I was going to pull back about a few minutes before we could hear a siren, but there was no siren or even any other warning besides that. The condenser venting. The condenser is there's an item behind the three amigos to the far. So it's on the left-hand side of your screen on Nerdle Cam. There is the three amigos. There is a dark tower. It used to be white. And then just beyond that is what we call the condenser. It's an air gas vaporizer, and then beyond that there's just a object on the ground that's called a heat exchanger, and that is part of the system to cool it down and move the fuel into the vehicle. And the next question we have is from Chris Noling. It asks, all three in chilling, or was it just two earlier?
I think it's all three. We sometimes can't see the third one depending on what way the wind is blowing. The one that's on the the windward side or the far side of Starship from us. Occasionally we see it if the wind is blowing from right to left. We'll see it more, but if it's blowing from left to right, I think it gets kind of blocked by the engine that's closer to us. So I can't see them ever doing an engine chill just on two. Even if they were only lighting two engines, I think they would still do the engine chill on all three, just because that's how their system works.
John Heyman asks, the facility the Pearl Beach Cam shows with the blue roof, is that the spaceport viewing place? And I believe the one on Pearl Cam might be, if it's to the far right on Pearl Cam. Let me just double check here. So the Pearl Cam does an automated sweep here. So no, that's not actually the viewing area. That's just a nice relaxing area, maybe a pool in there as well. And it's the actual viewing area is off to the far right from where you can see on that view. And that's on the South Padre Pearl Beach Cam. That is cam number 7, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, that would be cam number 7. It's just not given a number. So we do have some new members that I wanted to go through and thank. We have Nice Try FBI, Paul Jones, Mike Selfbay. Then we have TJ Reynolds. And then we have a super chat from Patricia. Remember the accidental live stream? And she says, it sounded like a broken squeaky toy. Thank you for the 45. Can't remember the unit currency amount. DKK, is that that's not Swedish krona. Do you guys remember what DKK is?
Isn't it Swedish? DKK currency. It is Danish krones.
Danish krones. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't right. Thank you. So, thank you again for that, Patricia. Remember the accidental live stream. Love that name.
Accidental live stream.
Yeah, exactly. Remember the accidental live stream. So if you haven't, go ahead and hit that thumbs up or subscribe button, and if you can, hit the join button. So every little bit helps, and I'll go through and read off your name if you do join here. So the let's see here. The next question we have is from Vibe Time TV. They ask, if we see a successful static tonight, could we see a hop tomorrow, or could we actually say it's going to be Friday or Saturday? What I've heard, it's been that it's not tomorrow. Like, they have to go through and review everything after a static fire. It could be the next day after, though.
Yeah, I'm going to say Friday or Saturday. One of those two.
Those would be the best days to have a hop. It's the end of the weekend, or it's before the weekend even, and you have a glorious hop. Oh, like, even on the weekend, most people are going to be off work. They can check it out.
Yeah, it's always great.
Or even go there in person.
It's always great to get it out to the public as well, because a surprising amount of people don't actually know what Starship is and what it's for. So it's good to get it out there. I mean, it demonstrated it with like Demo 2. No one really knew what it was about, but it got out there in the news, and yeah, quite a few million people watched that. So it's good to see when people get excited about space travel and engineering in general.
Yeah, that was impressive. How many people were watching that? And for lack of a better term, NASA hasn't had something that exciting in a very long time. Since the shuttle program went away and SLS being delayed forever. It was really good, to see that and see that kind of reaction, seeing it on like every news channel, seeing their YouTube channel just getting 1 million people on it or more. Who knows how many were watching it on NASA TV, and things like that. So it helps, it helps with all this stuff. It helps with SLS, it helps with James Webb, it helps with Starship, it helps with Artemis. It gets attention to all of those things that are going on. So it's all good. It's all beneficial for space, for SpaceX, for humanity, for that matter. So it's cool to see. I like it.
The promise that and potential that Starship has is just almost limitless. We can go to pretty much How do you know when engines chill? That's from Sycamore and Keith Penny.
Sorry, what was the question?
So there's two questions. Why is there frost before engine chill, or why wasn't there frost before engine chill? And then the kind of a second follow up to that was basically regarding the engine chill and how to identify it.
So what we see as frosting or condensation, it varies a lot depending on how they're doing the tests, and more specifically what they do with the pressure on them. You know, if they keep the tanks pressurized, if they lower the pressure a little bit. When they lower the pressure, that's when we really see the condensation. That's when you want to say, because of the laws of thermodynamics, that's when we'll see it, but basically get condensate and get ice on there. We were talking, Thomas, you were talking earlier about the SN 7.1 and 7.0. Those things got, ice caked on what seemed several inches thick because of how they loaded them up with propellant and how they kept the pressures. And then they finally eventually close off all the valves and just let it gain pressure until it popped. So that the condensation is all about how they're doing the testing and what they do with the pressure in those tanks. The engine chill, we've seen it different ways. This engine chill we just saw seemed like it was a little bit less. We've seen some where it's not just putting out gaseous oxygen; it is dumping out liquid, oxygen. Where we're watching it pouring out of the engines. So it is interesting to me that we've seen it different ways, different volumes of liquid propellants being put through the engines to chill them down. But what we typically see here is right near the bottom front, like the bottom 1/6 of Starship in the front, and then to the right side of the bottom flap, we'll see gas pouring out of those. There's another one on the backside, which we typically don't see as much just because it's covered by Starship, but that is typically 15 minutes, maybe as many as 20 minutes before a static fire or a hop in SN8's case. So venting coming, a lot of venting coming from the bottom to the bottom 1/6 of Starship is typically what we identify as engine chill.
Just a button there. It looks like Elon has tweeted today at SpaceX is about practicing Starship engine starts. Ship is held down by massive pins while engines are fired. 2 starts completed. About to try a third. So looks like we're going to go for another static fire very soon.
From the man himself.
Wait,
nice.
You said 2 starts completed. What did I miss?
We had the static fire just the other day. We had that one.
That's you said what, that one? Okay.
Yeah, I think
so.
Otherwise, we missed something last night.
Like, did we all miss something that
Workers on site had a little static fire. Nothing happened. Yeah, keep on going.
We tied up OSHA and put him in the basement.
Yeah, so I referred to the other day. I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, that wouldn't make sense.
And he said he just tweeted that, so he said another one soon. So
yeah. So we are looking forward to seeing a second one. Thank you, Elon.
You know what? And in regards to that, I want to ask, you guys, on SN8's hop, when they came on the landing burn, the engines came back on slightly staggered. Do you think that was intentional?
No, I think it's just because of the pressurization issue with the methane header tank, and the staggering would only be maybe they opened it up a little bit earlier as well, but I think it's just mostly with the pressurization issue.
Okay, there was so much weird stuff that we weren't expecting then,
Yeah, I mean it's hard to say, because if we see SN9 compared to SN8 and there is no stagger, then it was the pressurization issue. It is kind of one of those things that you have to look at a good known quantity versus a right now we have SN8, which has
one known. Yeah,
we have one known with quantity. Bad results. That methane header tank issue. I hope that the helium option has solved it temporarily. It's going to be interesting to see what they will use to fix that in the future. Because right now it is helium, which is not plentiful on Mars. It's very hard and very expensive to get, and you have to hold on to that as much as you can. One of the simpler methods is using a bladder system, but even then, helium does tend to leak a little bit.
Helium's even expensive on Earth, so you can't imagine,
Yeah, you have to get it from fracking or basically deep in the shale. There'll be a little bit of helium trapped there, and you can pull that and access that directly, but it's got to be removed. So you can do that from natural gas not pipes, but natural gas wells as well.
I don't know if it just started, but there's grass venting again. They mentioned it in chat, and it's on Launchpad Cam. But I don't know if it's been going this whole time. So, yeah, never mind. It's been going forever. Looked like it never stopped.
Yeah, it's just off and on. Yep. I think it's Nuke F asks, where do you hear the siren? So we get the siren from our scanner radio, as well as watching just the police action. If they head off to the village, that means they're doing the siren. They didn't head off to the village, and we didn't hear it on the siren, so or at least the scanner radio. So that's something you can get as a member in Discord. So that's one of the member perks as well. So go ahead and check that out if you like. But yeah, nobody's in the scanner area right now, so we should get somebody in there to double check that we don't hear another one later on.
Speaking of Discord, if you have not subscribed, please click the subscribe button. If you are not a member, meaning if your name is not green in YouTube chat, you are wrong. You should click the join button, become a member, get access to additional stuff in Discord, hang out with me, Thomas, Josh, everybody and their mothers. Probably actually some people and their mothers are in there. But it's very cool. Support the channel. Said it gets us more cameras, more features, more commentary like this. We hang out, and clearly SpaceX is going to be doing nothing but more and more testing going forward. Building more test stands, building the orbital launch mount. So much more stuff like this, to come in the next coming months and even years, for that matter. So become a member. Be awesome. Yeah. What other questions we got?
Chris Nolan asks, why are we so far behind on noticing what we see? And the quick answer is that we are delayed as far as basically we have to watch the YouTube stream what you're watching. So there is a 30-second delay between what we say and what we hear and see on the screen. So there's a bit of delay there.
So no, we're not that slow.
Nope. Okay, so this is a really good question that SRE astronaut has put forth. When will we see a 6-engine thrust puck?
We've seen the thrust pucks for everything up to SN15, right?
Mm-hmm.
And 15 does not have a 6-engine puck.
But it might actually be a trick question, because they might never have, for let's say Starship, a 6-engine thrust puck. It might be based directly off of the skirt where they could mount the engine for the vacuum engines. And then the only thing you have to do from there is basically put a hole through the bottom section that what is it called? It's attached directly to the thrust puck. Not the bowl. What is that? I'm waking up a bit early today. Sorry.
The dome?
Yeah, the dome. Yes, the dome. So yeah, they might put a hole through the dome for just getting locks, and that's a simple solution where you don't see a thrust puck that's a 6-engine design, because there will never be a 6-engine thrust puck. It would basically be for, let's say, super heavy. We'll have 8 in the center, but then that thrust puck, one design I've seen would be it's flat, and then it's curved at the ends, and that has 28 engines. So that'll be a bit more interesting. It'll be the an 8 combination plus a 20 combination, and it would be in segments.
By the way, thank you for being amazing listeners. Nurse Tree Arc and Bob Holt, thank you very much for joining, becoming Lab Pod members. Appreciate it. And they listened so well. See, we told them to be a member, and bam, they did it. So, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, Jeffrey, for what I can't pronounce your last name. Sorry. Said there's a drone. Did the inspection, guys. So thanks for the 549 euros.
You know, maybe they did. Maybe they flew the drone. They flew it right underneath the Starship, looked around, said, "Yep, looks good. Let's go. Do it again." So
I mean, they could always shove a Zeus out there. We haven't seen him in a while.
I did see his house though. One of Mary's pictures, like I think Thomas went during one of the live learns or somewhere. I saw the house, but it looked like it was just kind of thrown in a corner somewhere. So it looked very sad. So
yeah, it was off of the area where you basically bring like near Hoppy. If you just keep going along the fence past Hoppy, you'll eventually hit the end of the shipping container wall that they've set up.
Mhm.
That's where I saw his little house last. So
for
he
those of you
wasn't
who
in
don't
it.
know, for those who don't know, Zeus is a robotic dog by Boston Dynamics. If you get a chance, look at them. They are that company. One, the company is amazing, but the robotic dogs they have insane potential to be used by a lot of industries, including first responders, space. Anything that's hazardous. Those they can basically walk over anything. Obviously, they can take a lot of temperature and heat and water and all that. So for a while, SpaceX was using them to take a look at the starships or even the test tanks after they had explosions, or it's a safe way to get a boots on the ground look at something when it's not safe for people to be around it. So after SN7.1, when there was a ton of just debris everywhere, you can see the little Zeus dog walking around the the rubble, I guess you can say. So they can get a look at stuff sooner without having to wait for all of the hazards to kind of clear. But as I said, I think they sent it back. I think he was on loan, so we haven't seen him in quite a while. But
yeah, he's a little lost dog. If you spot a little yellow robot dog, let SpaceX know. They've been looking for him.
They posted signs around Boca Chica, missing
on large buildings, on some dishes, and on rockets. Yep, just stapled those on.
Please find our dog. Really quick, if you guys haven't asked it yet, I just got here. We love asking, and since we have different people here, where is everybody from in chat? We always like seeing who is the farthest away and who is the closest to Boca Chica, Texas. So we've had, I think the farthest away was like out in the Indian Ocean, right? I think.
Yeah.
That's the actual total opposite direction, but it's always neat seeing random places where people are from. So I'm from Los Angeles, California. Thomas, you're in Utah, right?
Yep, I'm in Utah. I'm originally from Colorado, so I beat you on that one. What about Josh? Where are you from, Josh?
I'm from Cornwall in the UK, so I'm a film student. So yeah, don't know where everyone else is from.
So in that case, Jeff beats you on that one.
Yes. So Marcus Langmesser, thank you very much for the €5. Sorry, appreciate it. Just keep it up.
Keep it up.
That whatever vegetable or fruit that is, I think he's got a long way to go. But he's working it. So thank you. Let's see. Belgium, Canada, Sri Lanka. There we go. Poland. Dude, we got a lot of people from Eastern Europe.
Indiana, Wisconsin, U.S. Lots of U.S.
Tasmania.
Wow. Ecuador. Arizona.
I just saw the moon.
The moon.
We always get the moon. We always get Mars. Yeah, we always get some of those. Poland. There you go. That one's out there.
Once I saw somebody say Krypton. That was funny.
Rigas, thank you very much for joining Lab Padre Gold. Thank you. Holy cow.
Yeah, you're blowing up chat. It is on slow mode, so with the moderators are now taking a break. But yeah, it's going pretty quick here.
Yeah, I just saw a couple of people saying Cornwall rocks, so that's
Yeah,
quite
I
nice
saw
to
that.
see.
Knew you'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
Dubai, there you go. Now that's getting to some of the farthest away.
India.
Yeah, India's out there for some of the farthest. I haven't seen a single Texas. Oh, no, there you go. I see one from Texas.
Yep, there's Texas.
DFW, Texas. See, yeah, as soon as I say it, then we'll start seeing them. Great.
They're reading our minds live.
Yep. Brownsville.
Lakewood, Colorado. Nice place. Been there quite a few times.
MJ Solt says Brownsville, Texas.
Oh, he's getting to be the closest.
Yep, I haven't seen that. So, holy cow, there's a lot of people. Finland, North Carolina, Fort Worth, Texas.
I think we missed a regular man earlier, so welcome to the green team for him.
Scotland. See, that's where I need to go.
Planet Earth.
No, that's ridiculous. See, there's a couple more Texas, Fort Worth. Woo, Texas gang. Jupiter. There you go. All right. JP the Gaming Beast wins for farthest away with Jupiter.
South Padre Island. Oh, there we go. We have Pisa Monster at SPI.
Lab Padre says South Padre Island.
There we've got Tide. Brownsville's a pretty close area too. So yeah, those three are gonna have to duke it out. Which one's closer?
Lab Padre is cheating, man. He owns the camera. Like he cannot be any closer.
True.
I just put my hometown in there, which is quite nice to see.
Nice. Sparta.
You're from Sparta too?
Falmouth in Cornwall. Is that your hometown?
No, Truro. So
okay.
Yeah, it's great.
No, see? Oh, there you go. Cornwall, Truro. Yep. There you go. Getting more Cornwall.
Another one from Mars.
Pluto. Got our first Pluto. All right. Now we got a bunch of Pluto. See, that's all copycats.
Yep.
Oh, nope. Steve Holtzinger says Voyager 2. All right.
I see Proxima B and Alpha Centauri B. There we go. All right, now it's going a little bit off the.
All right, so moving on.
Off the ranch. Let's see. We've got some questions from Vibe Time TV. Asks, could they do a second one if they refueled right now? Answer is yes and yes.
Yes, and they might not even have to refuel, depending on how much how much fuel sitting in the tanks. They might not even have to refuel. So clearly, the static fires don't take a lot of fuel. They don't burn a lot. So, but we'll see. I was kind of hoping to be by now, but see what happens.
Cool Hand Luke says they are not doing the same venting last night, so can we expect another static fire? Yes, Elon has just confirmed that we are expecting another.
What we have here is failure to communicate. If you're all old enough, you'll know what that's from with that name. So
yeah, some of these questions are from earlier, but we're still trying to catch up. There's a lot of them. I've heard from Rob Shaw, I've heard that an empty Starship can single stage to orbit. Is that true? It has to be more than empty. It has no flaps, no flings, no heat shield tiles, nothing except the ship itself and the engine. So it's basically a tank, a OZEV as the nose cone's called, and a couple of engines. That's it.
Which is not out of the question for a refueler. It is possible that they can do something like that to be able to put as much fuel as possible in it to get it into orbit, and then use that as basically a gas station. I've heard some people, discussing that idea where you would send up a starship like that that's never going to re-enter Earth. It's going to stay in orbit as a orbiting fuel tank, and they would send up more starships and just keep dumping fuel into that one, so that when you send people up, instead of having to refuel a manned mission multiple times and use multiple starships, you could basically just completely empty one into the other to give your astronauts less time in orbit. They would have to spend less time because they'd completely refill a starship in one shot instead of requiring multiple different refueling setups, basically. So it's possible, it's not likely, and no matter what that is, years in the future when they'll actually have astronauts orbiting Earth in a starship.
So Gibson Carmichael is requesting if we can move, let's see, like lab cam, that's cam number 2, to zoom in a bit more in the rocket for a tiny bit and zoom it again. so he's looking at trying to see, I guess, the second static fire here later. Musical Wolves, love that name. Wants to know if a Scooby snack will help SN9. Scooby snack?
It might help Elon. I don't know that it'll help SN9, So.
Okay, so Elia Vichy asks, how will they stack it to the booster? The tempo crane, Tankzilla is too short, I guess. I think so. Yeah, Bluto is what we call the crane, and yes, it is too short.
I like the idea of making OSHA have a field day. Take a second Bluto, lift up Bluto, and then have that Bluto lift up Starship onto a Super Heavy.
Okay, so Bluto has some larger, older, bigger siblings. They could do it. That's the thing that we're kind of still wondering about. Is the big fantastic crane in the crane shed over on LBJ and Epson? Is that the crane that will do it? We're not sure. I've put out a request from the company who made it, which is Appleton Marine Products, to say, how much does this crane actually lift? Because if it works for lifting up a Starship onto Super Heavy and maybe even Super Heavy itself. But there is something around 120 metric tons that was a model number that was similar to what it was, but not the same. It's completely different crane, and so it's a lot of confusion on if that crane would work out to lift a Super Heavy or a Starship. I have a feeling that it could actually be used for payload integration at the site where it's at. So that might count it out, and we have to look at a whole new crane system being built, and eventually even a potential Super Heavy catching system. So it will catch it by the grid fins. That's one of Elon's ideas of how to do it. And I was thinking about this last night and went, wait, if you got rid of basically the feet, you don't even need a skirt on Super Heavy. So you could save additional weight right there. So you're saving a lot of weight if you could basically hover it, or not hover, but do the suicide burn as they normally have it, and then catch it by a system that can easily cope with the 200 tons of vehicle plus whatever extra fuel remains, and you have this just amazing simple and light system that you could just keep reflying over and over again. So in a lot of ways, it makes sense. Less weight you have on the Super Heavy booster, more payload that you get to put into Starship. And
you still need a skirt though, because you need the COPVs are attached to the skirt and the GSE is attached to the skirt.
So you would still have, like, I guess this would be trousers or something a little bit different. You look at the Electron or Falcon or any of the other rockets, you can see their engines sticking out the bottom. So it would be something along those lines. So there would be basically just a simple system to do a Falcon, like the Falcon or anything else. It basically uses the area around the edge to still sit on that, but everything else, it basically just sits there with its feet hanging out, or in this case, the engine's hanging out, just kicking around, and yeah, it saves a lot of weight.
They also don't use RCS to try to land either. They have a more RCS because they're trying to land. So, but again, anything to reduce parts, anything to reduce weight. Obviously, the landing legs are a big one.
Yeah, and with the
if
RCS, I'd probably just stick that up in the top of the vehicle, where you have a lot of room, and then
Yeah.
just run the lines down. It's going to be a little more interesting with the RCS at the bottom, but you could do that.
That'd be interesting. I never think of that. To put all the COPVs, in the payload area.
And actually, if they're going for hot gas in the future, less COPVs, and you might have some of those COPVs actually be internal because they are just taking in LOX or methane from different parts of the vehicle, and so you actually are saving some mass in that way, and some room for other things. So the other part of Eli's question is the tempo. um, so let's kind of talk about the idea of just landing a super heavy where it's being caught. The tempo on that thing would be incredible.
If it's a big if, I know a lot of people, Scott Manley and everybody have discussed that already. The logistics of that, the load bearing side of it, that the flaps already, or sorry, the grid fins already take an insane amount of aerodynamic pressure. So I could make the assumption that holding up the weight of a relatively empty super heavy would not be that difficult for them. They've shown, with Falcon 9 that they can, under good conditions, they can be incredibly accurate with landing. But they have had some that were off center. Some of the drone ship landings have not been, dead center right there. Maybe that's just because it was on the drone ship. The RTLS landings, which is the return to launch site landings, have been typically much more on center, but they're not going to always land these on land. Presumably they're going to end up landing them on, out in the ocean on basically oil derricks or launch platforms. So the idea of being able to have that consistency all the time, even in inclement weather or non-ideal weather, is going to be tough. The grid fins are going to be very large, but they're not massive. They're not as long, let's say, as the legs on a Falcon 9. So it will be very interesting to see that kind of precision, and repeated precision, regardless of varying weather, conditions, varying wind, varying air pressure, or even air pressure for that matter, and see how they'll do it. How quickly you will be able to relaunch then using that. If you can grab it, by the grid fins, and then presumably you can move it where you want to, right? Let's say those pillars with, I don't know, netting or cables, whatever, could then set it down where they wanted to, like right on top of, GSE equipment. The tempo could be amazing because you could literally set it down, possibly even autonomously reconnect the GSE and start refueling again and go, and then stack Starship back on top of it. So I'm willing to say you can get to within a few years, a launch a week, using that. But there's a lot of ifs in there. So what do you guys think?
Yeah, I would think so. It's gonna take a while for the landing super heavy on the claw mechanism, or whatever you really want to call it. It's gonna take a very long time for them to be able to use that regularly. They can do tests every now and then, but I don't think it's going to be quite a few years, like you said, until they can really regularly start doing that. What do you think, Thomas?
So I mean, it kind of brings me to another question that I'll ask, and then we'll kind of go back to this again here. Is the question: when do we think Super Heavy will fly? And let's see here. That's from Anad Chobi. And so to kind of answer that one is booster number one. I suspect we're going to see that one basically be a test tank for cryo. It might fail, but if it succeeds through that, then we will see probably like a 2-engine configuration, 150-meter hop, and that will need to have its landing legs either similar to what Starship has, or basically the design with the four legs on the outside. Then the next part is where we go from there with a Super Heavy without legs. Eventually, that's going to be at some point you have to see that if you want to land it and catch it. So it's going to be quite a while, I think, till we get to that point, but it will be a lot sooner than most people think. So maybe 2 years, we could see a Super Heavy booster being caught directly by the system. And my favorite particular catching system for the tower would be something like a lasso system, or some way of grabbing it where you're basically the Super Heavy booster comes through like a large lasso system, and it's basically would be arresting cables like you have on an aircraft carrier, except these ones there's a lot more of them, and then they have basically a lot more spread, and then they grab around just the base of the each of the grid fins, so you're not putting a lot of extra torque or anything else on the edges. That's my favorite version. My friend Neil has talked about using a ring, and then Martin, my other friend, has said he wants to put basically kind of use the tongs approach. Like there's it's either tongs, or you could have a chopsticks, whatever you want to call it, but basically you grab it around the edges, it just flies in and kind of just parks itself right where it's supposed to land. That's one other method. I don't particularly like those methods where it's rigid. I like something where it's a little bit more flexible, and you can make a mistake and still catch it every time. So that's kind of why I'm going for the lasso method myself. But then you'd also have to make sure that the top of the vehicle where you're grabbing underneath is very rigid. So you have to have a really strong ring that the compressive forces of the lasso system would basically grab onto it, and then you can move it in a XYZ direction with either 3 or 4 towers, depending on what you want to use, and then you can position it right back onto the platform within less than an hour, so that you can then put another like Starship or a fuel tanker version to launch that again very quickly.
So I was going to ask about the XYZ. Do we think that the grabber system, right, whatever it is, would it be able to move on an XY axis, and possibly even a Z axis, or would it be relying on Starship to land accurately where it is? So could you make the pad actually move to help the Starship, or make the Starship just has to hit its mark? And then going by that logic, does on the Z axis, do you have the actual pillars move, or would it just be the cables? Like if you said, the cables themselves are what can loosen and tighten to essentially control the Z axis of it.
So like an elevator system that uses spools and
right.
tackle blocks,
right.
tackle and block system. I'm not saying that right. Block and tackle. Wow. They basically can use a lot of systems like that in order to just simply move the vehicle directly to where it needs to be in an XY coordinate plane, and then they can lower it basically just by loosening all 4 systems at the same time and put it right in position. Whereas the other systems, you have to have a really weird, either a really weird and complicated track system that lowers and raises the vehicle, and there's other issues with that, or you have to go through and use the crane that is existing already to move it back to where it's supposed to be, which that takes more time. If you already have it attached, might as well use what's attached, and then you can basically just put it out there. Or the other issue is that you don't want to have people near a landed or nearly recently landed rocket. You want to basically just get it back into its position, align it automatically, or either automatically or through like a video game version of just aligning it on screen and locking into place, just like a docking with the ISS. So it's a really kind of fun system to think about. We saw a bunch of different examples of systems that already take place, but they don't use heavy loads. They use just like a cup and a ball, and they will throw the ball up, and then they'll move the cup around underneath it, and then they'll catch it, things like that. But nothing really with a lot of mass. So you have to see some system like that work with mass in order to catch it very quickly, depending on how you're using the system itself.
Interesting too that by doing a triangle, I never thought about triangles. I was always thinking of squares. There's only 3 grid fins. No, there's 4 grid fins. But if you do a triangle, you could get a couple degrees of rotational correction as well. If those cables were able to, translate from one tower to the other, you can get, so if it's not perfectly lined up with your GSE, not just on the X or not just on the Z axis up and down, but you're like, hey, it's off kilter by 2 or 3 degrees, you can rotate the cables essentially, making the starship, rotate those couple degrees and then set it down exactly where you need it to be.
You would be very limited as far as the tower, but there was one other part of the tower system that we had talked about last night when we were in voice chat talking about this, that the tower would probably, or at least if you're using 3 or 4 towers, you would want to have an additional part of the system where you're bridging the towers together, because you are putting so much mass on it so quickly. You want it to basically be sitting down and not pulling in. And so you basically do a little bit of an arc between the 3 or 4 towers, and you now have a really rigid system that won't collapse on you. And as long as you don't land the super heavy booster correctly on those areas, it works out pretty well.
The testing for that would be really fun to watch. If they basically just build mock-up towers with, breakable cables in between them essentially, and say, can you land a starship inside that structure? Can you make the grid fins basically break the cables, showing that they were landing exactly where they were supposed to, type thing. So, and then you move on to, okay, we've shown we can accurately hit our target. Now let's make it actually catch it and hold it off the ground. So that'd be ridiculous to watch, but not quite as ridiculous as seeing the crazy Elon maneuver.
And that almost succeeded. Like, there's so many crazy ideas here that there's a lot of engineering that goes into this. We were so close with SN8 to see that one land. I would not expect SN9 to fail. I would expect it to succeed based off of how well that performed. The only issue is that header tank that hopefully has been solved by the basically the helium pressurization system instead of what they were using before, which is either nitrogen or it's a reciprocal gaseous version of the pressurization for the LOX and the methane, so it's a gaseous version of those. So trying to figure out what they use for those systems is kind of an interesting guess at this point, because they're reusing automotive grade COPVs. So they say CNG only, and they're automotive for trucks and semis. But they've been going through and doing some amazing work on landing rockets for the Falcon 9 and almost getting SN8 to land. Like, that is such a crazy but amazing system to do that I'm glad that SpaceX is working on it, because it has to be done in order to preserve the amount of fuel that they need to land and everything else. So it is working really well to have SpaceX be so iterative and in their fast development process, that between that as well as the amount of changes that they're doing at a factory level, like they're gearing up to make lots of these starships. So that is the biggest challenge of all. And like these other parts where they're, let's say, trying to land a reorbital booster, you don't see that kind of stuff happen with any other company so far. They've basically have the small versions of things where they're either reusing part of it, or it's a small one using a parachute. Like Rocket Lab, it's very iterative and inventive on their part to use it, and it's hard to get to space. But everything that they're doing is just mind blowing once you actually like open it up and realize like the factory, the reusing of the super heavy starship with a kickflip, all of it. It's just awe-inspiring to see it every time.
That it is. Absolutely. Got a little bit of tank farm venting, maybe. Little tiny bit.
I guess they want to keep it chilled for the next attempt, whenever that will be. So, yeah.
Grass venting is stopped. Recondenser does not look like it's going.
We all know what Elon's soon is. It's always double the length of time that he said it is.
It's Elon time. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I multiply Elon time for 3, but it's setting an optimistic target and goal internally, and then you I think he what he does is he kind of under promises and over delivers. So he says, yeah, there's a 30% chance SN8 will make it. I was giving it like a 10% chance, but I'm not looking at the the actual data. He's got the actual data, and I was betting that SN8 would have landed based off of everything else SpaceX has done. But it's just an amazing system that it didn't work out that one time just from a small issue that became a systematic failure. And I think there was another failure that they were able to identify looking at the video. The engine ran into the other engine, at least as far as the bell section. And so that's hopefully something that they fixed on the software level. We do have some more questions that we can answer here. So Andrew Pratt asks, how many double static fires have they done so far?
Zip zero nada.
This would be the first.
Yep.
Depends. Wait, did we have one with like any of the previous SNs, like SN5 or even 4?
No, not. We've never had 2 in a day, right?
We have had 2 in a day, but it was like 6 hours or 4 hours apart. Well, it was quite a bit of time, and that wasn't really a double static at that point. This rate that they're going, it seems like they're trying to go for faster with what Elon was saying.
We have had one within a few minutes before.
No, we did.
When SN4 did a static fire and
static and then dynamic.
No. Too soon.
I had to.
Too soon.
Yeah, it's all quiet, but there's still a lot of stuff going on in the condenser. They haven't gone to the pad yet, but Elon has confirmed we are doing another static fire.
I consider a dual static fire where there's no pad opening in between it. If they do a static fire and do not reopen the pad and then do another static fire, that is a double, static fire. If they open the pad, do inspections, check this, go on a man lift, and then do it again, it's like, okay, that's 2 completely separate static fires. So, which so far, again, no road opening, but also nothing else to show that they're recycling either. So it's okay though. Every test, people all the time ask, why do they do static fires? And it's we always say the same answer. It's to find the things that you don't know, to find things that go wrong so that they don't go wrong when you are risking the spacecraft, like SN8 hops. So clearly, and we can make that argument, right? We always said we never saw them do a dual static fire with a header tank test. Well, that's exactly what went wrong in SN8, that the header tanks didn't have the pressure after they did, they burned with the main tanks. So, a lot of farm venting. Yahoo. So that's why I'm hoping to see a header tank fire. Maybe even 3 today. Maybe do a regular static fire, then do a header tank one to try to see, can they fix the one main thing that went wrong on the SN8 hop. So, all right, here we go. I'm calling it. 30-40 minutes from now, we'll get a static fire. You watch. Totally arbitrary. Don't quote me on that. So
We'll get the crow ready just in case.
I'm with you on that one. We saw a little bit of condenser action beforehand, but this is really going. I'm gonna say it's gonna be on the let's call it 33-minute side of things.
33, not 34, not 32.
I'll go with 33, just because that seems to be when things started a few minutes ago. I saw a little bit of venting off the condenser, but it wasn't much. And now we're going full throttle on the venting.
All right, chat, your turn. It is currently 1:50 local time. When do you guys think the next static fire will happen? What time local time in Texas? So,
I feel very sorry for the mods at the minute.
slow chat's on,
We're gonna break YouTube with all the guesses here. And that now that I've already put up my guess out there, it's gonna be some crow for me to eat.
Yep.
So that would put me at from 150 at the 33 minutes would put me at if I could do my math right, 123, I think.
What? 123? It's 150.
I'm sorry, 213 or 223. Holy cow! Wow.
I'm saying 230.
Woke up a bit early today.
Yeah, my answer is by 2:30. So,
but yeah, we'll probably want to drop off at before then. Last time, I was like, hey, it looks like that'll be this time, and nope, it was a little bit before then. So yeah, let's drop off at let's say I'm saying 123. You're saying 120. Let's drop at 115. So we've got another.
To me, look at engine chill. Like when engine chill starts,
215. Sorry.
We give it just a few minutes after engine chill, starts, and then say, all right, that's good. So, especially since we've been on now with virtually nothing happening for 2 hours now, something like that.
But yeah, double static. Oh, this is a good day. Like that they're trying to do it. They tried to do it the other day. They had the siren. It didn't do it. So we've got some more questions to go through. There's plenty of them. We will not be able to get all of your questions answered because there are so many, and we'll probably be picking them a little bit more wisely here. So let's see here. When do you think we'll see the next flight? That was from Reckless.
The next flight?
Yeah. Hop? So yeah, the next hop. Yeah, it's a hop. It's a flight. It does fly, sort of, with style.
Falling with style.
Exactly.
I'm going with Saturday. So that would be the 16th.
I'll go with the 15th.
Okay.
I'm going to go a little bit pessimistic and say the 18th, the Monday the 18th. I think they'll need a little bit more time to go over data, and there's bound to be an abort or something on the first attempt. There always is. So
the pessimist on this one is going to probably be right, Jeff.
Yeah.
No.
But I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to go for Friday.
Yep, I'm going for Monday.
I want it to happen, so maybe by saying Friday, we can will it to happen. If Elon's listening, let's do Friday.
Well, going with that logic, if Elon's listening, let's do like 5 more static fires right in succession, All right. So, earlier they're asking when does Starship start getting fueled. So we said farm vending just happened or started. So, sometime between right now and when sn9 starts venting, to me is when fuel is actually getting put into Starship. So,
all right, I'm going to have to cut off the questions that we had from earlier because we just have so many. So let's see. First off, we do have a super chat from Omelette du Fromage, I think. Maybe Elon intends on catching the boosters from the top via a hook and a swing out cable system like a carrier landing, but from the top. So I'm trying to think if there's a way to do arresting cables from the top like that, or a hook. I do like the idea of using cables and arresting cables like on an aircraft carrier. But yeah, thank you for the $5 for that question. Is there anything else you guys can think of as far as like using a hook from above or anything like that would work?
The ability to grab that hook, from a moving vehicle, I think would be very difficult and require a lot more precision than like our cables could. I don't know that they wanted, originally they talked about it landing directly on the launch mounts, and I think they've realized that that kind of accuracy is just not possible right now with current technology. I think grabbing a hook, that's like on the top, like basically like an aircraft carrier does, using an arresting cable and grabbing a specific hook on the top would be very difficult. Also, that would require a lot of more infrastructure built into the nose cone area, which already has a header tank on it. So I don't see that as being an option, as well as you don't have the control that you do. If you're holding it by a single point on top, wind, can blow it around more. You have zero rotational, pretty much, rotational ability with it. It'd be very hard to set it down, perfectly on something, especially if there's wind. If you're holding it by a single point, so it can swing on any axis at that point.
Yeah, that's a really hard thing to do. I'm just imagining trying to like hook it with a crane or something. There's no way that I can see that it could easily do that, especially if it's a free floating hook. You'd have to have a hook that was more of a,
right.
Because otherwise it'll just swing around way too much. But unless you get like the most expert fisherman out there controlling that crane, I don't think they'd have a chance. Okay, so the next question I'm going to go for here is going to be from. Oh, it just moved on me, so can't find it. Here we go. So from Nerd Trot, I think it's supposed to be like nerd or not. Could Starship possibly go geostationary orbit without refueling?
Definitely not too sure about that. If you're saying with super heavy, I would say yes. I think if there was something that I've thrown around a while ago that it could it reach the moon on just one tank? I think I saw
I
that.
think super heavy can get. I think super heavy can get there, but it would never. It couldn't get back. It could not land. It could get it. I think
you have to use a Starship and Super Heavy to do any of that.
Right. Starship and Super Heavy, and without refueling, it could get into orbit, but it could not land and it could not get back. So, not a wise decision. To go pretty much anywhere, it has to refuel in orbit.
Oh, and no cargo either. And probably no flaps, and it's basically that same issue again.
Right. There was a couple things that said, without refueling, they could send it to Mars, they can get it into Mars orbit, but they couldn't land and they couldn't come back. So I mean, not a good idea. Starship is designed to pretty much need to refuel in orbit to go anywhere other than Earth orbit. So, and even that's low Earth orbit, not a sun synchronous or an L2 type orbit. So it is by design it has to refuel. So in orbit. which some people call that a disadvantage because other different rockets don't have to SLS can go to these places without refueling. But Starship will also cost ballpark 1/10 to 1/20th the cost of SLS. So
Wow, look at that farm venting going on now. Whew.
yay.
We're going for that probably 220, 223 time frame here. Things are really picking up. So we don't have engine chill yet, but engine chill will give us the last about 15 to 20 minutes. At least it used to be in the past. Things change very rapidly with SpaceX and their testing approach and regimes. So that might be even sooner. It could be like 10 minutes from engine chill, but I think they'll do a bit more engine chill than that.
Marcus Langmesser, thank you again for another £5 donation. GG. Yes, thank you very much, sir. That's a whole lot of farm venting.
Don't think I've
They just
done-
want to walk around in it. I just want to like walk around the farm right now, looking like that. Be
So
great.
Ross Space asks a question here. What is engine chill and how can you tell it's happening? Also, can you tell when detanking is happening?
Josh, you want to take that one?
Yeah,
I answered last time.
that's okay. The triple vent is as the name suggests, it's 3 vents from the bottom half of Starship. So there's one right in the center at the very last couple of rings, I think, on the bottom of Starship. And then on the opposite side, there are obviously 2 other vents that also vent off when the engine chill is started. So, yeah, that's when you can see engine chill. I'm not sure what was the other vent he was asking.
So how do we know it's detanked?
The detanking one is 2 vents from one from the liquid oxygen tank and one from the liquid methane tank. So they're on the center, very center of the vehicle, actually, just about halfway up. Yeah, I think the just 2 long vents you would see on those 2 vents. Anything you want to add on to that?
Yeah,
I think the fuel farm, there's one other thing you can notice is that condenser activates again when you're detanking. And that's the really weird part is like, is it going for another static fire? Are they filling it up again? No, they have to use that to cool down the methane that's a gaseous methane that they're pulling from the vehicle. And so it's just very disconcerting trying to figure out, okay, is it going more into one direction or the other? So after static fire, you always have that usually happen. We saw a little bit of it, but not much.
I would say there's a difference between kind of normal venting and actual detanking. If you look at the launch pad cam, that super awesome camera gives us a much better view than we had before. When they do detanking, the puff of exhaust coming out of those tanks it'll go 20, 30, 40 feet out from Starship. When they're doing kind of small venting, it'll just be a couple feet of exhaust. So there's usually a very big difference on a full detank and just the amount or the volume of gas that comes out of it. So if they detank after this one and you flip over to the launch pad camera after, you can see kind of the difference between just a small venting, like what we just saw just a few minutes ago. There was kind of small little jet coming out of it, and when it fully detanks, and it looks like a mushroom cloud essentially coming out of those 2 vents. Specifically, the oxygen one tends to be bigger. What else we got?
Looks like we've got a question from, not a question actually, from Aaron Lewis, who says, not a question, but just thank you for doing this. So, yeah, thank you too. Thanks for listening. Thanks for supporting. Yeah, thank you. And then we've got a actual question here from A350FSX, who says, "Are you optimistic that sn9 will stick the landing?" Personally, I think yeah, I'm pretty optimistic. About a 75% chance I think it will land. They've learnt a lot from SN8. They've learnt a lot from these past few static fires. So I think yeah, there's a really good chance that they'll land it. What do
I'm
you think, guys?
I'm giving it a 90% chance, and I'm still sticking with SpaceX knows what they're doing, and it's going to land unless we get another like anomalous issue, which they've pretty much fixed that one as far as I can tell with the methane pressurization. But yeah, it would take something very anomalous to stop SN9 from landing.
I'm not. I think it will land completely upright. I think it will land much closer to a normal speed at landing. It won't hit so hard. I'm just maybe questioning, will it stay upright? The landing legs are still incredibly rudimentary talking, or, relatively. Ooh, as a nice venting. The landing legs are still basically just small sticks. Um, they're not self-leveling. They're basically the whole things are like crumpled zones. So I think it'll be, if it lands great. If it doesn't, it'll be because the landing legs could not handle what they should have been able to handle. What you want to say, the finalized versions of Starship landing legs would be able to handle, that these ones might not. So
There's quite a bit of venting there off the top of the like methane area or just above it, and that's usually for the I think the methane header tank that they're doing some pressurization there, something like that.
Robert DHB donated
Ooh.
$10. Says, thanks for the smart engineering talk. You are very welcome, sir. We enjoy it. It's fun.
Now we're getting quite a bit of venting down at the skirt area. Wow.
I think we may have seen this during one of the other static fires the other day. That was the very first static fire we had with SN9, actually. So yeah, that's interesting to see.
Fuel farm is going pretty wild on the launch pad cam. And yeah, just looking at the Nerdle cam there, it's just quite a bit of that coming down. And actually kind of looks almost a little bit more liquid. So pretty heavy. And it's coming off on the right-hand side here.
Yeah, I'm still sticking with around 12:30, 35.
Yeah, so we've got another about, let's call it 9 minutes before we should head off here and let everybody watch in silence and until the static event occurs again. Because last time we kind of missed, or we're talking over it, so we missed the actual siren, and I think we will probably miss the siren again this time, just because they only have one police officer on site as far as I can see. Usually there's two, and that second one is usually the one who goes off and does a siren, but sometimes it's both.
Yeah, I meant 2:35, not 12:35. Unless we're going back in time.
So Mike R asked a question earlier. Might be silly, but how does the rocket not move when being first this way? Is it anchored in some way, and how does this not damage the ship?
So luckily, Elon literally just tweeted that a few minutes ago. So using his words, the ship is held down by massive pins while the engines are fired. It's basically hold down clamps. There are pins that go through slots in the bottom of Starship that hold it down, and then those pins are removed when they're going to do an actual hop. They use the same thing for Falcon 9 for all SpaceX spacecraft. Other companies have used I forgot the actual technical term, but they were basically explosive bolts. They were bolted down, and then they would have directed shape charges that would basically break those bolts when when it was time for the rocket launch. Elon does not like using pyrotechnics for anything on all SpaceX stuff.
You can only use it once and test it once.
Right. You can only use it once. You can only test it. You can't even test it, because it's an explosive charge. Once you do it, that's it. They're not repeatable for mistakes, or if there's problems with them. That was a shaped charge. Instead, it's a one-time use thing. So he likes using mechanical or hydraulic for everything, including the hold downs for Starship. As for will it damage them? clearly they haven't damaged it yet. They've been doing this quite a while now with Falcon 9, and just how they design them, they are strong enough to hold down the force of the engines. Super Heavy, that seems amazing, to hold down the force of 28 Raptor engines. But clearly they've got that designed, so they are planning for it to not damage the Super Heavy when they do those full 28 engine static fires. That'll be
So
fun.
one other thing to mention on how the vehicle's held down and how it's not being damaged, they're basically reusing the same area that is for the feet. It's at the skirt section. It has load spreaders throughout the area for where the feet are connecting to, and the feet basically just swing down. And oh, now we've got a little bit of engine chill now. Um, so there are those basically areas that have three functions. It's like spraying the load, it's the hold down clamp, and it's where the foot swings out and basically takes the load and spreads it directly up vertically through the rest of the system. And so when it is basically just doing a static fire, it would be able to take off if you have like a 7-second static fire and those hold down clamps were released. And that would be a big oops because it's only a 7-second static fire. When they're actually doing the full thing here, you do have a nice large hop that occurs because they do release it when you are doing like a 150-meter or even a 12.5 kilometer or even the full orbital flight. You'll have to have those clamps basically just release to let the rocket go.
It's impressive to me how much quicker they are getting with this cadence for these static fires. I mean, the fact that we just had the farm venting what started like 10 minutes ago, and they're already doing engine chill. Prior it would be 20, 30 minutes of farm venting, and then a whole long time of engine chill. Right now we're at basically 50. What we're going to be like 20 minutes from the start of engine chill to static fire. Going by that timeline. So they are getting way faster in their cadence with the whole, I guess, for the whole, with the whole system from said, loading propellant, engine chill, and static fire. So this is not a lot of engine chill by any means, but it is some. So
I've only seen on the first one. I saw a little bit on the second, and it's still kind of coming and going. But maybe they're doing a just one engine static fire, maybe.
Looks like we have siren. So
Oh wow!
probably our time to hop off then, just in case. I mean, they have a stack fired early in the even with the siren. So
yeah, I agree. Since we have no idea.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and jump off here, just because they will tend to throw a little bit of surprise at us. Siren, and 30 seconds later. So we'll talk to you guys later, and for now, keep watching on the stream as we have a static fire from serial number 9, the third of the day, or third of the from this vehicle, and second of the day.
Talk to you soon.
All right, see ya.
I have Josh. Jeff had to head off and get back to work. So wow, 2 static fires 1 day. Big question on everybody's mind: will we see a third? So we saw maybe a 2 engine static fire. We didn't see the venting for the third, and oh my goodness, there goes another geyser off of the the flare stack. So we're hoping that that's just the LOX that it's venting and not methane. So if it is venting methane, it's supposed to ignite it, and then it basically stays lit. They have got a pilot light on that system as well. Um, but yeah, it's quite an amazing show so as far as that geyser coming off of the flare stack. So, Josh, what do you think? Another static fire at this point, maybe in the works?
I mean, we didn't see a depress vent after, and it looks to be about exactly the same after we had the first static fire, so I think it could be a possibility, yeah.
The only thing that's different so far is that flare stack is like they did a little bit of flare stack activity after the first one, I noticed, but the second one is completely different. They're like, we're throwing away this LOX or whatever that is. I'm hoping it's LOX. Because yeah, throwing out methane would be a bit more dangerous for a starship. We had SN4, which was a completely different system that they had on it, so it changes the dynamics a little bit here.
We don't want to be venting that much methane into the atmosphere either, because that's not exactly good for our planet.
No. Um, the biggest issue with methane actually is a lot of the oil wells that are old defunct oil wells are leaking methane gas, and that's more hazardous than the CO2 that's being pumped out from a burned methane. So yeah.
We haven't seen that large depress vent yet, so I guess what we see in the next 5 or 10 minutes should determine what we're going to see for the rest of the day.
Yep. I was expecting to see like the LOX header tank ice up. I see maybe just a slight bit of static fire. So that's something to watch out for in the future is to watch that engine chill. Basically, that's going, stop, and then basically start again, and that's when you'll see the static fire. So they have to fill up the system somehow, I think, and so they're diverting some of the LOX into the system there instead of doing the engine chill where it comes out these little pipes. They have like some other cooling system with the engine chill. That as it's going up on SN8, I noticed that they had engine chill continuously going. So engine chill seems to be disconnected from the rest of the system, but connected enough that when you do have a static fire, it seems to be diverted to the engines. And I think it's LOX, based off of everything I've seen so far. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, and it looks like, as you said, it may have just been a two-engine static fire, which does ring a bell. On the static fire we had before, we did hit a really weird whine. I don't know what it was really. It was like a honk slash whine.
It
Uh,
always is there, though. That's the thing. It's always honking. Every static fire, it's like this, or like somebody sounds like they're dragging a chair across the floor, and it just starts squeaking and making all those noises.
yeah, have you actually heard the audio for that one? Because that was definitely a lot worse than we've heard before. It was two honks, back to back.
I didn't hear the second static fire. I heard the first one twice now. The first time was live, and then the the second time though, that one I played it back from our Starship updates. We have a channel that is directed for all the news and updates on Starship in our Discord server, and I was able to listen to it in there. And so that also reminds me, if you haven't, hit the like and subscribe buttons. And if you can become a member, hit the join button. And you'll be able to become a green team member so you don't have the issue of slow chat. So the slow mode is not going to hit you. And also, you can use the members only chat A lot of the members do like to use the lab cam to chat in there as well directly with each other. So it's a nice area to basically kind of get away from everything else, and it is a really useful method of just communicating with the other members. And then as far as Discord, I'm going to say you can hit !Discord, and it gives you the link for Discord that has basically a free area that is open to all users. You just need to sign up for a Discord account, and you can do that through Google and other things like that. The particular area you want to look at for Starship updates or content notifications as well, for being notified of when events are occurring. So Elon did say 3 static fires. Maybe he meant today. I'm gonna kind of hope for that one. So far, looks good. Oh, we've got the audio for that second static fire. I'll have to give that a listen to, but yeah, it doesn't sound quite right.
Yeah, like someone said earlier, it does sound a bit like a squeaky toy at the end. So I wonder. My theory is, going off what I can see, is that they did a 2-engine static fire on the second attempt today. Just because that one didn't shut down correctly. So I don't know. I don't think that one actually started up again for this second static fire.
I think they intentionally did a 2-engine static fire. I don't think there was any damage to the engines. I think they just had the test configuration to do a static fire, read the sensor data. If everything looked right, go on with another static fire, and maybe something didn't look right with the sensor data, so they skipped it. So hopefully there is no replacing engines, because that is the thing that gets us the most, is that they will come in and replace an engine, and then they have to do another static fire, and then that might damage the engine or other engines, and then they have to do it again and again in this loop. I've seen that with sn9, where they had to replace 2 engines on that vehicle because of static fires. Issues were varying. One was Martite impingement from the basically the rocket engine motors just blasted the concrete, and then the surface layer is called Martite. It's a compound that is similar to the way that you can flex caulk or anything like that. It's very flexible in some ways, but it is a what is it called? It flakes off when it burns. Getting the word. Anyways, it's a heat shield type of material you put onto concrete. Anyways, we do have more questions that people have been asking, and we can try to get to here. So, do you want to go for some more?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
So it looks like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just realized I had missed a bunch of different donations here that just came in while we were away. So Oliver B donated €5 and says, "Thank you for the 24/7 an eye on Boca Chica." So thank you, Oliver B. $10 from Philip Williams says, what about forearms that swing up to catch the grid fins as the booster lands, reverse of the salute hold downs? Oh, salute hold downs. And that's the Russian rocket, I believe.
I'm not too sure.
I'm just kind of thinking about that. It swings inwards instead of outwards. Basically, when the rockets in Russia launch, they have these arms swing out, but this one would swing in. That might work. It might very well work, especially when you're wanting to grab the Starship and or Super Heavy, but it would be very large as far as the structure goes, and you'd have to be very careful about where you're grabbing it from. But you could probably hook it into place, and then you'd have to somehow maybe lower it using hydraulics or something else to move it directly onto the pad or move the pad up. But I like that. That works out. It's just a very large structure to move. Okay, the next donation I have here is from Chris Brown, and he said, could this single engine be the landing engine? It was actually two engines that we saw do the static fire, I believe, because we saw two different engine chills. So it would be the let's see here, the closest engine and the to us, and the back left. So I don't think those would be the engines that they use for landing. From what we saw, they used the two furthest away from us on the leeward side, so we are on the windward side from the view angle of Nerdle Cam, just so that we're all on the same page on that one. Just in case you're watching on another stream and can hear me, I'm watching the Nerdle Cam directly. Next donation we had was from Nathan Lykow, donated $1 Canadian. And then Doug Johnson says thanks and donated $5. Thank you, Doug. Marcus Lingmisser donated €3. Cylon and 8 says one more time, donated $2 Australian. Thank you for that. And then our very own Chris, also known as ICT Thunder, says, great job, commentators. We'll have the third on this crazy day, maybe. We don't know. Oh, where are the ladders? Okay, so the ladders is an inside joke, but I'll let you in on it. So we do a show and tell that I try to do pretty regularly, where we go through, review pictures and videos of the site and figure out what's going on. And part of that is we spot so many ladders. They're just everywhere. It's part of a construction site, but it's just like kind of a fun, like, hey, I've got a ladder here. So we call out ladder when we spot them. And then it's like, where is that? Oh, it's right there to the left. So we'll basically I share my screen to show that. It occurs kind of semi-regularly. It just depends on when we have some content to go through and look at. And sometimes we just go through and do reviews, and we go into the nitty-gritty details of Starship, how it works. People come in and ask questions, and then we can answer those questions based off of the images and things like that. So it's a really good learning opportunity for everybody. And that's on our Discord server, so !Discord. All right, then we have another donation from Christian Buer. New Year, same message. Thanks. Oh, actually, that was odd. I think that was from the beginning. Let's see here. No, that's actually from today's. It says, thanks for everything, whole Lab Padre team and Lab himself for making it possible to watch, even down here in Germany. Yeah, thank you, Christian. All right, let's get to some questions now. So what was the question you were going to ask, Josh, before I jumped in with those donations there?
Yeah, we had a question from Airbus 390 who says, is it possible to launch Starship plus Super Heavy from Boca and land the booster at LZ1 in Florida? And I'm not too sure. I'm not too good on my locations, but what do you think about that, Thomas?
No, I'd say no, as long as it is not a point-to-point starship that's been rated for such, um, it's not going to happen for a long time. So Boca Chica to let's say a landing zone out in the ocean, that would work. So a drone ship would be one way of getting the vehicle very quickly somewhere, specifically let's say to Florida. Um, but launching the super heavy, you can do the same thing as well with Starship, but you'd have to have now two drone ships instead of one. It gets very complicated as far as logistics, and those are going to be huge, massive drone ships. From what I was looking at once, you're looking at like 500 meters uh, in two different directions, so you have quite a bit of space just so you can keep the platform stable. There's other ways of making it stable, such as ballast tanks and things like that, but you still need to make sure your vehicle is floating and not going to tip over if you come in on the other side of the vehicle off center, I guess you could say. But yeah, that's one that's an issue of population as well. So you can't fly over Florida, you can't fly over populated areas. It's the only reason why, let's say, for instance, Falcon 9 is allowed over the area of, what was it? Uh, can't think of the country's name again now. It's starts. I think it's like Coco. No, can't remember now. Cuba. Sorry, Cuba. Cuba. It can't fly over Cuba up until Falcon 9 because they did not have the correct type of self-termination. Yeah, the self-termination system that was required, or the I'm sorry, flight termination system, which Falcon does have the self-termination ability. There's a lot of frosting now. Wow. It's been slowly building up as we've had the venting going on, like we are having right now with the vehicle.
Yeah, if you want to hear some good audio of the tank farm, head over to Padcam, Launchpad Cam, and you can hear some really good audio from the tank farm and the vehicle there as well. So yeah, and it looks like we are, yeah, sn9 is venting on the, I think that's the methane tank.
Yeah, no, that's the LOX tank. So the methane tank is the one above it. It's harder to figure out when they've actually stacked the nose cone and the nose cone barrel to the vehicle to figure out where all the tanks are and venting are at. But yeah, that is the LOX vent. Mindy Matthew just donated $2 and says, "Yay, 2 down, 1 to go," and hopefully that is the case. I would love to have another basically static fire here today and to go for 3. That would be so amazing. What's the next question we have here?
I think there's one from Andrew Pratt, who says, is it possible that the first static fire was intentionally short to be followed by a longer fire? And that one is quite interesting, actually. There could have been, yeah. What do you think, Thomas?
So they're doing intentionally short static fires, I believe. So the static fires typically will be basically starting at the like the first second or two is what they will usually go for. A full like 7-second duration static fire. We haven't had one of those for quite a while. Even SN8 only did one of those, I believe. So full duration, like 7 seconds, is going to put more wear and tear on it because you are basically sitting there throwing debris around as well as just the low throttle state that the engine's at. Engine can throttle up to full in about 1 to 2 seconds. But you have to basically start it 1 to 2 seconds later. Then you can go up to full, but you can't go full and then just stop. You have to basically follow a testing pattern that won't basically put the most amount of wear and tear on the vehicle's engine. They do a lot of static fires in McGregor, Texas, so they know how to do them at least in the horizontal position. And the vehicle here is vertical. They do have some vertical test stands, I believe, in McGregor, but testing is a lot easier to do in a horizontal position, and things will change a little bit based off of fluid dynamics and everything else. So
Yeah, and it looks like we've had a double vent, which is a detank vent. So it looks like we're not going to see another stack fire today, but that's probably to be expected. I think they probably have all the info they need now. So next closures and TFRs and whatnot we'll see are probably going to be for a flight, which probably within about a week.
I would be excited for another static fire, but I want to see another hop.
Yeah.
Like the static fires are cool; they're a good way to pass the time. But the hops, that's where it's at. That's where we get the most testing, and we keep getting more venting off the vehicle. So there's not much fuel farm venting at this point. I'm gonna say that it's probably done, but there's still a little bit of the the condenser venting, which it is kind of a hard thing to determine when they're doing multiple static fires now. If it's going for a D tank, and that we'll see the condenser going like it is right now, or is it a rechilling of the fuel to basically have another static fire? Um, oh, this is a tough one, especially with what Elon was saying, and maybe he got it wrong. He was going to say 3 today, and he said we've gone for 2, which means the other day, or does that mean today? He's going for 2 right now, and oh, reading to that one is it's hard if he most misspoke on what he was trying to say. But I'd rather have the hop than the static fire, honestly, just in case something else could go wrong. I'd go for the hop.
Yeah, it's a lot better if it goes wrong in the flight rather than a static fire, because either way they'll learn a lot more from a flight than an actual static fire. So
yeah, and I hope they have the data they need to confirm that yes, we've got the methane pressurization system done right with the helium, and that's probably what they've been testing, but I can't say for sure. More venting. Just keeps venting over and over again. All right, what's the next question we have on the list here?
Got one from SPL Track saying, how do you think Elon's 1 hour turnaround will work with booster catching, Starship loading, and relaunch? I'm not really too sure. Thomas, what do you think?
Game changer. So it is a huge game changer of having a rocket be able to launch again within an hour. Starship and Super Heavy, they could do it. That's the thing, is that as long as you're comfortable with the vehicle, you're safe knowing that yes, it's depressurized enough that you can approach it, and there won't be issues with working on it or getting it adjusted to be launched again. And then do a full checkout of looking at all the systems, making sure there's no cracks in the bell or anything weird. They can go ahead and launch it again. So quick thorough inspection. I think they'll first off do a 1 month turnaround at the beginning is what we would see for the first turnarounds, and then you would get down to a week within a few months of the first one. You would probably get down to a week from there. You'd get down to about the day and several months after that, and then you'd go down to the hour. Just depending on how they do the launch cadence with catching it, as long as they're able to catch it successfully and everything else. It would be just a massive game changer, and it will basically be the vehicle has been caught by the catching system. First off, you have to do that for a Super Heavy. If you're going to go legless, then you're going to position it back on the platform, and then you have to stick another Starship or the tanker variant directly onto it to do another launch. So most of the launches are going to be tanker variants. You'll get some of the launches for satellites, and some of them for just a cargo mission. They'll have a lot of those. So Starlink is going to be the biggest customer, so they're going to be their own customer with Starship, and by all the metrics, it's going to be cheaper to fly Starship than it would be to fly Falcon 9 and reuse it. So they have to throw away the upper stage every single time they do a Falcon 9 launch, and with a Starlink launch on a Starship, they only have to throw away the mounting holder for Starlink, and maybe not even that, depending on how they do the launch system or the release mechanism for that. It might not even need that part, so they could just hold on to that and spin it up and release the satellites as long as they don't hit anything on the way out. They're good to go, and even then, they still might be functional. Okay, the next question we have here is from Cool Hand Luke. Will they be extending the length of Starship for crew compartment? I assume that they have all the tanks running from top to bottom inside, taking up room. So, do you want to go ahead and answer that one, Josh?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so they're extending the length of Starship for a crew compartment. I don't think they would extend the section, obviously, because there's the fairing section is actually empty space. The LOX and CH4 tanks actually end at about 3/4 of the way up the vehicle, or maybe 2/3 of the way up. And the rest of that is actually just empty space, except from the LOX header tank at the top. So they don't actually need to extend the vehicle to fit the crew compartment in, because they will be using the empty space as the crew compartment. Along with the cargo missions, they'll be using that as the cargo bay. And the tanker variant will also just use that as an extra tank. So yeah, I don't think they would extend the vehicle anymore.
There was one extension that Elon had mentioned, but it wasn't for the crew compartment. It was for pretty much the tanker version. That's the only time he's mentioned anything about extending it. And it's just to get up to 1,800 metric tons of fuel, and that's pretty much just moving the bulkheads around. So as Josh has said, that's pretty much empty space. The best visual giveaway of where the crew compartment starts is you see a bunch of wires, and they're kind of orange and gray running up the side of the Starship. That at the very top is where you can basically start your crew compartment all the way up to that first. So if you go from the top to the bottom, that first line that's very visible, that's where pretty much the header tank ends, at least the bottom of the header tank. So everything from that point down to those lines is usable. Okay, what's the next question we have here? Noted X2 says, I just joined and I'm confused. Why did sn9 do an unexpected static fire, and there's going to be another one? Why? So, according to Elon, we're basically doing some rapid static fires here. We're not sure if there's going to be additional ones from the third one here. So we had the static fire being unexpected because we didn't hear a siren, as well as the timing was a little bit off from what we see of the condenser. So we have to watch that condenser to tell us when things are about to happen. So when that starts going, about 40 minutes from then is usually when we get a static fire. And then we have about 15 minutes from engine chill, and then about, let's say, 5 seconds from the time that the engine chill starts, and then that will have the static fire. So those are some things to look out for if they are going for another one. And that condenser still is kind of puffing away a little bit here. So, it's hard to say, but as soon as, let's say, they open up a roadblock, that's a good sign that they will cancel or I'm sorry, not cancel, but end the testing for today. Safi asks, if the engines are running at full throttle, can Starship lift off and take launch, or take the launch clamps with it? What do you want to say about that, Josh?
I don't think so. I mean, the test stand is concreted. It's concreted into the ground, so it's not going anywhere. The launch clamps themselves, they're only they're quite large pins. Just like Elon said about an hour and a half ago on Twitter. They are just large pins. So, I mean, I would hope not, but they theoretically it could take it with it, the pins with it.
So, I mean, if you disconnect things, intentionally sabotage it, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's very unlikely to happen. The Starship does pull quite a bit when you have the full 3 engines lit. You can go up to about 600 metric tons of thrust. The vehicle itself only weighs about 100 metric tons. Just the vehicle itself, but fully fueled down, it's going to be a lot more than that. So you're actually looking at about 1,200 metric tons typically, and then 150 metric tons. But at the same time, that kind of flight configuration, you're looking at having a super heavy underneath it as well. The next question we have here, Josh.
Yep, we've got a question from Emil Methsara. I'm sorry if I butchered your name there, but they ask, how much fuel does Starship engines burn per second? Just a rough estimation. I'm not too good on the specifics of this, but Thomas, did you go over it in your show and tell a few months ago?
Yeah, I don't remember the number off the top of my head. It's like 1 metric ton a second. Is something like that. What it goes through, it's quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you mean like just the three Raptors attached right now, it may be less, but with three vacuum Raptors attached as well, and them burning at the same time would obviously be quite a lot more. But I don't think in any situation those two engine sets would actually burn in together, I guess.
Oh, we've got some more donations here. $25 from Roy R. Thank you for that. And I think it's a sticker, but I can't see it directly. So then we've got Cylon N8. And he says, but I don't want to go back to work. Then we have Tom McAllister. He says, do you think a finished Starship will need active cooling of the fuel and oxidizer for the trip to Mars? That's a fun question to think about. So the system itself will have some active cooling be required for the Starship going to Mars, because it's going to be there in space for a long duration. Part of it is going to be passive cooling, that they will use Starship's heat shield tiles to basically radiate the energy away from themselves. And then there is also a gap between those tiles and the rest of Starship. So in a vacuum, heat doesn't transfer so well. Then they'll have to have a active cooling system where they use pumps and compressors and some sort of fins or something like that are basically shielded from the light, so you don't want to increase the heat, so you have to decrease it. And so it'll be on the leeward side, most likely, away from basically the sun gazing down on it. But yeah, that's going to be the most useful part about it. The next question, or I'm sorry, the next one we have is $50 from AD. Wow, thank you for that. So yeah, if you have a question, AD, go ahead and throw it in. I'll try to answer it for you. And thank you again. We also have some new sponsors as well. Let me go through the list of those. We can knock those out as well. All right, so we have Gary Gravel. We have also Samuel uh, Diedrich. Sorry about butchering your names. um, and then we have Famuni. Thank you and welcome to the green team for each of you. So there is a community section as well for those of you who have the live and above membership, where you can see our Raptor Roost cam, and that is a camera available for members only, and that shows the other side of the shipyard. It's a really fun camera, especially at night. You can see so many details of what's going on here in Boca Chica. So be sure to check that out if you're a member. And if you can't become a member, go ahead and hit the thumbs up and subscribe buttons. That each of those little things help. What's the next question we have here, Josh?
Looks like we've got a question from I think that says Terry Hermola. They say, is the TFR for tomorrow still in place, and might that still mean a launch? And last time I heard, it did get removed, but it may have been added back,
Yeah,
or it
let
may
me
have not
double
been
check
removed.
as well. Because yeah, this stuff changes so quick. Like we'll be looking at it 1 minute and it changes the next pretty much. So they do have a new TFR for January 16th, for Saturday the 16th. So that is probably the direction they're going. Is either Friday or Saturday. Let's see here. Let me look at the other ones that they have. So they do have the 14th for tomorrow still showing there, but I don't think they'll do a hop as soon as Thursday unless the weather is just going to look terrible. Sometimes SpaceX does move things forward, but they usually have a bit more advance notice than that. So yeah, it's still there, but I doubt that they will do the hop tomorrow. It would be the day after tomorrow would be the soonest day.
And it looks like we may have some recondenser action. So that could mean a third stack fire. I mean, very
Yeah.
possible.
I mean, we did have a lot of venting off of the Starship, but considering we're getting this much condenser action after we've done a potential detank, that is a huge difference. So yeah, I'm kind of in the hopeful camp right now of going for a third static fire.
Yeah, I mean, at first I was not too sure, but I mean, now I see the condenser getting active. Yeah, the heat exchange is getting frosty as well, I think. So it looks like, yeah, we may see a third stack fire,
Wow.
which is, yeah, that would be crazy.
All right, so let's break this back up again. Is there any other subjects that we're looking at that people are really interested in discussing here? So we did talk about the launch pad and basically having the tower catch the rocket. What are some other weird ones that we might be going for in Starship or Super Heavy? I mean, we've already got one that was the kickflip and the crazy Elon that are doing that skydive maneuver until the last second.
There are many different maneuvers, some theoretical, some actually being planned for Starship. Obviously, we've got the kickflip, we've got the catching super heavy. Those are all kind of official. And then there's kind of some community made ones. So, like, I think I heard somewhere around that the lunar starship could actually be almost chopped in half. Um, so the top half would actually descend to the surface and then ascend back up again and then attach to the main tank, and then that would be used to transfer cargo back and forth and almost use the main two tanks as like a refueling station, which is a really interesting idea. So yeah,
That's
there's quite a
wild.
few. Yeah, but I'm not sure if you've heard of any other
I have never
crazy
heard
ones.
that particular one. That's the first time I've heard of like removing the barrel and nose cone section. And the fun part about the stainless steel is it works. You could do this in space. You can do this on the moon. You can do this here on Earth to set it up to do those things. But the one that's in space is a little bit more interesting. It's like, yeah, it's kind of janky, but it could happen. It could work, especially if you have a lot of spare parts. And man,
I
that's a
suppose. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be um, aerodynamic or even structurally solid to because it's never going to go back through Earth's atmosphere, so it doesn't have to be structurally solid like that to survive re-entry. It just has to be, docked to enough to be able to transfer propellants, and yeah, I think it's as crazy as it sounds. It's not a terrible idea. Yeah, I'm not sure.
it's a fun idea for sure. uh,
Yeah,
so this is a question that a lot of people keep asking, but we'll answer it again here. Reckless asks, do you think it's likely a hop will take place before next week? I'm going for Saturday, or I'm sorry, Friday. And what was the day of the week you were going for, Josh? Monday?
yeah, Monday the 18th. I think I'm gonna be a pessimistic here, but yeah, I think they're gonna have to have some sort of a ball.
Yeah, it's realistic for Monday, but I'm thinking Sunday is I'm sorry, Saturday or Sunday is the highest likelihood of the hop, but because you can always delay it, it's harder to pull it forward, and there is a scheduled for maybe tomorrow, but that's very unlikely. It's as if they went through and said, okay, we've done the review today, everything's green, and we can go for tomorrow. How's the county looking on that one? Oh no, they said no, so we have to now do it the next day. So they have to do some advance warning for these things, and the biggest warning we'll get is the residents. They'll get a notice and they'll go to a hotel for basically the next 3 days. And so that'll be the biggest clue in knowing that the hop is going to happen. It's happening soon. So that's the serious mode that we're hopefully looking for, and part of it also is clearing the pad. That's one of the steps we saw with SN8, that things got cleared up, cleaned to be immaculate. The only thing that was not touched with things that were just parts that they had just lying around. But wow. So do have some more donations to go through again. Rick G says, thank you. Let's see here. Thank you. Thanks for the great job keeping us informed. Enjoy it. Thank you for the $10, Rick. Michael Rinnie says, love the commentary. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Michael. Fan made promos, sorry. What are those three structures to the left that look to be venting? I noticed at times that they vent quite a lot more than the rocket itself. And so what you're seeing is on the left-hand side of the Nerdle cam, there are three large structures that are similar to each other. Those are just water tanks. It's what's behind them is venting. And then there's even more venting going off to the far left of the screen, but it's actually behind that one tank that's the kind of a gray tank. So you have three black ones and a gray one. And beyond that is actually what you see the venting coming from, and that's called an air gas vaporizer. That is what is been doing the venting, and that actually chills the methane going in or out of the system. So right now, I'm suspecting it's going out. Like, holy cow, we have a lot of venting now. So let me see. The recondenser started again. It looks like at 15:04. So that's 3:04. So if we get the numbers right again here, it'll be basically. Oh, let's see. I'm gonna say 340 approximately. I think we were probably missed some of the earlier venting or something like that. There's always the chance. So I'm going to go for 340 or just after. So maybe 342. What time do you expect it to go off, Josh, if you have a guess of a time frame here?
I'm saying, I'd say 3:35. I think.
Okay, you'll go later. Pessimist
Yeah.
as always.
Oh yes.
No, I'm actually an optimist at most times. Actually, a pessimist at most times, but an optimist at others. So let's see. The next super chat we have here is from D Slug. This is better than cable TV. Yes, it is, Doug. Thank you for watching. Uh, Dash Ripe Tide says, I'm putting my bet this will be a 100% success to landing. I'm betting on that as well. So thank you for the $5 on that. There's going to be some crow for some people and crow for others. So here's a good one for all of you out there. With SN9's, upcoming hop, is it going to land or is it going to crash? Which one do you guys say it's going to happen? I'd love to see your comments, and let's see if we can get the optimist side of us to say land. I'm going to go for that one.
And now we wait for all the chats to roll in.
Yeah.
And just adding on from a quick question earlier about the three tanks, we do give them a nickname. They're called the Three Amigos, the three water tanks. So yeah, just if you ever hear that in chat, that's what it means.
Yep, that we do call them the Three Amigos. They were the first items pretty much in the fuel farm. We had Hopper, we had just some small tanks here and there, and those were the big ones. Okay, I've got another super chat here from Chris Brown, donated 10 euros. Says, just asked Rusty Buckets if there'd be a partaking of a little bit of commentary during the flight hop of SN9. To answer it, there's a possibility, as promised. Rusty, here's the 10 euros. So I'm thinking they specifically mentioning Rusty coming on and talking with us. Ooh, I like that.
That would be good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here the chats roll in, and it looks like the majority is saying land, which is nice to see.
I see one that says crash land. Make up your mind.
I mean, it will land either way. It's just in how many pieces it's gonna land. That's the
Yeah, like after it lands, how many pieces that it needs to be, and land in pieces of boom. Okay, we've got another member who just joined, Backstage Clown. Welcome to the green team. Like and subscribe; those are always helpful too. What's the next question we have on the list here? So many things to talk about in so little time.
Yeah, looks like we've got a question from that one hater. I really hope you don't hate us. What do you think? when do you think the first crewed flight will be, and how many will fly? I think the first crewed flight will be about 2023. Not sure what time of the year, probably about midway through, I would say. Um, and I don't think many people will be on that flight. I'd say five maximum. Um, I'm not sure what they did with the shuttle and how many people they did with that on the first human test.
I think it was
Um,
I think it was 6 or 7.
oh yeah, then I think that's about full capacity there. So I mean, I don't think they do a full capacity test for Starship because there's quite a few people who could fit in that. Um, but yeah, they did two with Crew Demo 2. The max for that is 7. And they also did, like you said, 6 or 7 with shuttles. So yeah, I'd say about 6 or 7, or maybe even up to 10, even with Starship.
I mean, the thing is with Starship, you could load 100 people going to the moon. Like that won't be the first one, obviously. Um, when is the question that they were asking, and I'll have to say, I'll be the pessimist on this one, uh, and say, let's say 2024 is when we would see the first crewed one. I kind of change my mind all the time on this one because it really just depends on how many flights that they've had already where they've re-entered, landed successfully, and they have to follow those nines. If they are not able to do that, then of course they won't fly people on it. They'll be, eventually as safe as basically flying on a regular airliner, but they have to do a lot of cargo missions first before they put people on it.
Yeah, I'm just reading chat now, and it looks like there was only 2 astronauts on the first shuttle test flight. So yeah, I mean, it could be anywhere from 2 or 4 to 10 or 15. I mean, it depends how many people can actually fit in Starship. That really hasn't been made up officially yet.
Yeah, I'm going for the 33 or 32 around there for that number of like regular flights to, let's say, the moon or to Mars. That's the one that seems the most comfortable. The rest would be cargo, and so you have you split it up a little bit, and that seems to be the number that seems to fit with just the most average part for everybody else. Like everybody kind of threw their numbers forth, and that was the average that I found that fit the best. So that sounds like a good number. It's reasonable. It's not too high, not too low, as long as you're comfortable and have some space. That should be good. And it's like a cruise for the most part, but you go to a different planet.
Looks like we've got a super chat from R&D engineer who say mods commentary miss you guys, and yeah, we miss you too.
Got another super chat from Bill Barry for $5. Actually, it's not super chat; it's a sticker. So I have to go see what that one is. What's the next one we have here? Well, it's not even a sticker; it's just $5. Thank you, Bill.
Dash Riptide. To get you from stop bashing my name, it's Dash Riptide. Learn it. Here's more money. Thank you for the $5.
Thanks, Dash Riptide.
And then we've got $2 from WizKid. 2021 Year of the Ray. Thank you.
And then fan-made promos. Is a static fire duration necessary prior to the hop, or do they just need to test a quick static fire? I always thought they do a full duration.
So far, we've only seen short duration static fires. So I mean, unless they've changed something, we're not really sure. What do you think, Thomas?
I'm going to say that the static fire duration being a full one, not going to happen for Starship, it's always just been short ones. Now they're doing shorter than they used to. They're basically just testing to make sure that the system ignites, it works, it can reignite. That's why I think they're doing these tests in a row like this. There is that little issue of, well, it might not work out as far as what you end up have happening to the vehicle or the engines because you're putting more wear and tear on them. But yeah, it's much safer to test it over and over again like this than try doing it the last minute. So I think that was one of the issues that or actually, on the flight itself, where you're finding a fault like they did with SN8. So I think this is a much better methods that they're working on right now. So on the same line of thought, for those of you who just donated, thank you so much. The money that you've just donated goes directly to paying for the cameras, the internet, the setup, and also kind of another bit. I want to do a shout out to our sponsors. So we have Sapphire Condominiums, Isla Grande Beach Resort, Pearl South Padre, as well as the city of South Padre Island, Realty, Init Weather, and Stumpy01, John Heyman, Crow Guy. Those are some of the big supporters. And now, yeah, we've just got some methane venting just a little bit ago. It was at 321 on Starship. So that's kind of expected before you have some of these things, but I'm waiting for that engine chill again. Like, we have enough going on to say there could be another static fire. I'm very hopeful for that.
Yeah, it looks like we've got another donation from Dash Riptide. And they say, and we only want to hear Ray or Rusty karaoke or Scotty. And I'm saying, yeah, too. We need to hear them on here doing karaoke.
Oh, that would be awesome.
I tried to get them on here on I think I tried to get Rusty and Thomas on here for Christmas to do a karaoke, but nothing came of that. And oh wow, looks like
we got engine chill.
Yep, looks like only 2 again, so that's interesting.
So people are basically saying, "Oh, another static fire! I need to go back to work." No, you gotta sit here, watch this. It's another static fire. That's gonna happen now. That's kind of confirmed by this engine chill. So 15 minutes from now would probably be about right. Or maybe I'm still wrong, but let's see here. 15 minutes would be 3:40, I think.
Yeah, so yeah. Even my pessimism didn't reach that far.
But depends on what the time setup is for these engine chills. They've been changing around on us in the past year, so it could be down to the 10 minutes. But we're just gonna have to look out for that engine chill stopping and starting up again. After about 5 seconds, you'll see a static fire, but it'll be a little bit longer until we get that nice static fire happening.
Oh wow, we have siren already.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
They are really getting good at this. Quite impressed.
So 10 minutes then. All right. So just in case they decide not just 10 minutes, like 4 minutes, 3 minutes, something like that, we'll head off here, and we'll be back after the 3rd attempted static fire for the day. I'm hoping for a successful one here. Oh, this will be a lot of fun.
Just to add, I'm pretty sure I said 3:35, right?
You said 45, I think.
I'm not sure about that.
I said 42, and you went later. You were being pessimistic, I thought.
Probably, yeah.
All right. We'll be back again soon, so just keep watching and stay with us as we have a 3rd static fire attempted.
See you soon.
We've had three really good static fires, and he's got time left. So I would not be surprised at the how fast they're going that we could potentially see a fourth.
Yeah, this is going very quick. I did the quick back of the envelope calculations here, and it's about an hour and 15 minutes since between static fires 2 and 3. Before that, it was like 2 hours and 5 minutes, or less than 5 minutes. Um, so yeah, they're really increasing the pace. They have until 5 o'clock for the road closure. That doesn't mean a whole lot, honestly, but it does mean a little bit of something. So before 5 o'clock, could they hit another one at 1 hour and 15 minutes? Definitely. They could do it again. The condenser's going on the left-hand side. We're not seeing much of the fuel. I'm sorry, the flare stack. It is venting. Or it was venting earlier. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong piece there. It was venting earlier in the day, just quite a bit. Now that test configuration has changed, or there was a bug and they fixed it. One of those two. Would you think it would be a test configuration, or a bug with that flare stack doing what it was doing earlier?
I was thinking that was part of the test.
Just to interrupt, we have confirmation from Elon that all three static fires were completed and no rapid unscheduled disassemblies, which is great to hear.
Oh yeah, that is really good news. I can see it in front of me, so yeah, they didn't blow up.
He's not hinting at a fourth one today, but yeah, that's definitely great to hear rather than a fourth and then a potential rud. So
Would explain his tweet earlier if we only have three, because he was saying specifically on his tweet, uh, there was he was saying 2 of 3. Uh, so that would explain that they were in the second one, but they weren't complete. That would make more sense, unless he was talking about the other day. One way or the other, it was kind of ambiguous.
I kind of thought he was talking about the first static fire that they had the other day. So, and that we would only see two. But here we are. We've now seen a total of four static fires.